believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Merry Christmas and Chemtrail, the chemtrail future and the FEMA future that we're all facing. Yeah. I'm David Sponheim. I'm your host tonight. I will be giving you basic opinions, commentary on how the country is doing. I interpret news. I don't just read it like so many bubble-headed, bleach blonde idiots on TV. I don't have any teleprompter. None of these shows are pre-recorded. You may be watching this in recorded history, but I am not working off of a script. I've always done these shows impromptu. Now, we've got lots of weird things happening in the news. We've got problems with Biden's dentures falling out during the debate. But more importantly, we've got Trump making the most blatant error of anyone can make as president, not even knowing the name of his vice president. Watch this.
Just a whole group of great people. John Thune and Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole group of Mike Pounds and so and Mike Pounds and so many.
So Mike Pounds, is there a Mike Pounds in the building who changed position as vice president? Because he's got acting officials, like his chief of staff is an acting chief of staff. The person who replaced Mattis, Secretary of Defense, is an acting Secretary of Defense who doesn't even clear the muster to be Secretary of Defense. Did he replace Mike Pence with a guy named Mike Pounds? I don't know. Maybe it Pounds. He was saying Pounds because Mike has gained a lot of weight. Mike Pounds he is really fat now. I mean, he must be like 250 pounds for a guy 5'4". I mean, Mike Pence is I'm 6'4", so I'm not really sure if Mike is, yeah. You know, I'm Googling Mike Pence's height, and I'm not getting it. Maybe it's top secret information. Okay, yeah, we have it now. I have to do a conversion. 5 feet 10 inches. Oh, okay. So he's 5'10". I did not know that. Mike Pounce may be 5'4". Yeah, Pence is everything about Trump is easy to forget, including his own name. I was asking people what my name was at the Alzheimer's clinic. Then they said, your name is Donald. Okay, well, I'm the president of the United States of, what's the name of this country? It's just a matter of time before he needs to be checked out by a professional.
Donald, if you're listening, I want you to go to the nearest nursing home, Alzheimer's clinic, to take a test.
Come on, man. We need a real president, not somebody who's filling the shoes of what you might think is a president. My goodness. We've got a president who babbles, tweets, and stumbles on everything he does. How sad for our country. I mean, I'm kind of feeling empathetic for all of you Americans who have to watch him talk and watch him tweet. I feel for you. I do. And I would never tweet like he does. I'd actually filter my Twitter messages through the NSA. I really would. I'm not going to try to buck the deep state, because Donald Trump is the deep state. I want to make some new plan so that we can arise from the apparent confusion we have right now that the deep state will even like. And I know it's going to be impossible for our country to migrate to a modern view of the world, but we can't just live on selling military hardware to a bunch of scumbag third world nations. That's been our mainstay for years. I don't support the deep state, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to try to destroy the deep state, and Trump isn't doing that, clearly. He can't even prosecute Hillary Clinton, or Omar, or Elizabeth Warren for lying about her Cherokee DNA status. I'm the one who came up with Elizabeth Warren getting a DNA test, and Trump ran with the idea, and then she had a DNA test. It was less than 0.5% Native American. Donald doesn't have any money, Shot Willie. He's broke. He literally has hardly anything. Donald has leveraged his entire assets and borrowed so much money against it. It's not even funny. I don't have debt. Trump is loaded with debt. He has $2.6 billion in debt. Okay. I'm not going to allow phone numbers exposed on the show. We have a strict policy, and if British Royal Intelligence is listening to our show, your ass is going to be looked up over there trying to do that. You know, I'm not trying to side with the deep state. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think I'm going to be able to stop the deep state. We can work next to the deep state. We can build an alternative to the Federal Reserve. We're fully aware of the deep state now that we've exposed it. I mean, Schrock clearly was working for Hillary. He needs to face some serious punishment. Now they're working over Andrew McCabe for simply communicating to the media when he was assistant or deputy director of the FBI, replacing Comey when he was kicked out. I mean, we've got serious allegations flying against the deep state, but we're not going to be able to stop the deep state. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Just like we're not going to be able to pull Jeffrey Epstein out of the little St. James Island that he's staying at right now, because he didn't die, by the way. It's clearly obvious they faked his death. But we're not going to go and extract him from Epstein's orgy island because he's intelligence. These people are very serious about what they're doing. They need blackmail on politicians in America. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want our CIA to be enlisting the work of a Mossad agent named Jeffrey Epstein to go ahead and get dirt on people like Donald Trump so they can manipulate him. I don't want that. But I'm not going to be able to stop the deep state when I'm president. Don't kid yourself. And I'm not kidding myself either. I want to be able to broker a plan that'll help America first and foremost. Not cave in like Donald Trump has whenever they have a sex tape on him. It became obvious a couple weeks ago when Mueller testified that Donald Trump had been blackmailed by the Russians over the dossier. And you Republicans refused to admit it. Oh no, it's all fake news, the Russian hoax. No, Mueller did 2 years ago find out that Donald Trump was blackmailed over the dossier. That came out in the final seconds of the testimony. You guys didn't get the memo. So our president was blackmailed. And Mueller believed that it was something, it was not something under his purview, he said. So instead of sending that information on to the higher authorities, he just kind of bagged it and kept studying exactly how much Russian contact Trump had. And clearly it's not enough to exonerate Trump. Any information he has implicates Trump. And by his own admission, he couldn't exonerate Trump. So now the question is, since we do know the Russians are controlling Donald Trump, who can't even pronounce his vice president's name,
Pounds and so many, just Thune and Mike Pounds and so many.
it's time to really question how we're going to proceed relative to the scrambled mind that the deep state is in right now. They're betting on the theory that they can control this man long enough to keep him in office for another term. He's clearly unwinding. His brain is clearly not thinking on task. We're seeing a person kind of crumble under our eyes and make mistakes upon mistakes. Last week, he decided to tell a top scientist and climatologist in response to climate change, he said, maybe we should just hit a hurricane with a nuclear weapon. And everyone looked around and going, wait a second, did this guy just say to use a nuclear weapon on a hurricane? Yeah, he really did. And the week before that, when it was clearly obvious the Greenland ice caps were melting, instead of talking about climate change, he simply said, could we buy Greenland? I don't know. Can we? And then on top of it recently, when the Hurricane Dorian was clearly heading north, he says it was going to Alabama. You know why? Because he first heard that the Bahamas were going to be hit, and he actually thought it was Alabama's. Yeah. He confused the Bahamas with Alabama, and then, on top of that, he asked his Secretary of Interior, or Commerce rather, to threaten NOAA and 4 top executives to support his theory that the hurricane was heading toward Alabama. I mean, this guy will stop at nothing to misuse his power, and he uses conflict of interest, violates that all the time. I can't even go any farther. I'm done talking about it. Let's talk about something else. Felicity Huffman got 14 days for rigging the SATs for her daughter. She paid $15,000 to rig the SATs for her daughter. Yeah. Greenland is cold. We don't really need it. There she is. The actress from Desperate Housewives.
We want to interrupt with this breaking news. Actress Felicity Huffman has been sentenced to 14 days in prison for her role in the college admissions scandal. Huffman appeared in a Boston court earlier today for sentencing. In May, the Emmy Award winner pleaded guilty to fraud and admitted to paying $15,000 to boost her daughter's SAT scores. Huffman is actually the first of 34 parents charged in the college admissions scandal to be sentenced. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman joins me now for more on her.
Hey, Ricky, thank you. I don't want to go to Ricky right now. I just want to mention that Felicity Huffman will be spending 14 days for rigging college votes, and other parents are going to be expecting similar sentences. So they ought to have just like a PTA party at one of the prisons and invite them all in, you know? It's like, woohoo, 14 days. Parents get away from their kids. Great way to party. Prison eco-terrorism, or prison eco-tourism. Did I say terrorism? Sorry. Tourism. Yeah, big difference. Yeah, prison eco-tourism. That's the way to go. And make Felicity Huffman like a prison celebrity where she could be seen in the viewing room. You know, wouldn't that be great? We could probably bring in some money for our prison system. Cargo ship, what do you got? She should at least get 5 years. A 5-year probation. I don't know what her probation set at. Private Jetburger King. No. I'm going to pass on the Jetburger guy. Although it's number 45 on trending. I'm going to add it to my list tonight of things I want to watch. So I may just get out of it later. David, they have to pay that money to get their kids in school before all the... You know, I'm not going to say anything about affirmative action right now, except that I was a victim of affirmative action. A lot of these people who have Caucasian children, like Felicity Huffman, are unfortunately stricken with this affirmative action problem. So maybe they feel like it's the edge that they need to get their kids at least a score that'll get them, you know, ahead of the black people or the Hispanic people that are being put ahead of them because they're just black and Hispanic and they could have low test scores. It doesn't matter. I see your point. Shot Willie made that point, yeah. Well, I'm not here to defend lying and cheating, and of course I would never want anyone to do that. But both daughters, really? Well, but at the same time, we have to address affirmative action sometime in the future. So I will put it on my list of things to talk about in the future. But right now, being my freedom has been denied so greatly, it's such a sore subject that I'd rather not talk about affirmative action tonight on Freedom Friday. I'd rather talk about the growing police state that's happening and how they're virtually kind of normalizing our violations of privacy. Yeah, so I will face the affirmative action issue, but maybe not now, maybe later tonight. AOC got a free education, and she doesn't even understand economics. She graduated for the bachelor's in University of Massachusetts in econ, and she doesn't have a clue as to what a tax credit is for Jeff Bezos. Let's listen in.
Hard and long hearing for anyone who has student loan debt. I literally made a student loan payment while I was sitting here at this chair. And
who did you pay who gave you your degree in econ? Because you can't just get that with your level of knowledge.
I looked at my balance, and it is $20,237.16.
That's not bad. Some people have like 200 grand. She got off cheap.
And I just made a payment that took me down to $19,000. So I feel really accomplished right now.
You're a big girl, and gosh, you could take loans out and pay them back, but you just don't have a brain in your head. Yeah, well, isn't that pathetic? And then the Democrats want to elect Elizabeth Warren, the ultimate liar, who lied about being Cherokee Indian and managed to get away with it. And what's more concerning than Elizabeth Warren getting away with lying is that she pulled that stat off her website last week, that she only got 0.5% of Cherokee blood DNA when she had a DNA test. That's disturbing. And equally disturbing, Trump hasn't even prosecuted her for violating perjury laws, and her signature on the affirmative action papers should be brought to the forefront of American news right now. If we're going to let Elizabeth Warren run her mouth off, we're certainly going to have to roll her over the script that she herself used to get elected, that she was a Cherokee Indian. My goodness, what a disaster. We've got liars, cheaters, scumbags, Beto O'Rourke for one, a guy who openly wrote a story about wanting to murder children. And then he got so drunk one night, 0.134 alcohol, that he nearly hit a truck, went into oncoming traffic, and tried to run from the crime, and had a hit and run. That's the kind of scumbags the Democrats have running for office right now. Can you believe this? And then, of course, there's Mr. Lying himself, Joe Biden, who lied on his bar exam and he basically cheated and then lied about cheating back when he first tried to pass the bar and they failed him. Yeah, Joe Biden caught lying and cheating. News at 11. Not to mention what he did to that 13-year-old girl when he reached down and said how horny he was when he was near her. We have that on audio tape, too. I've never lied to anybody, especially you, Howie. Yeah, every time a cop pulls me over, I tell them the truth. I'm very sorry that I did whatever they say I did. Whatever it is. That's not a lie. They've got to explain to me what I did wrong before I can actually answer truthfully. I have never lied to anybody, not even my priest, right? Obama and Netanyahu. Sounds like a rap group.
First, I want to thank you for the memorandum of understanding that we signed last week. It greatly enhances Israel's security.
I heard Obama is helping people in the Middle East try to defeat U.S. policy. Did you hear about that? Let me see if I can pull that up from last night. That was a real wild story. Yeah, he's working in the private sector now. Houston, we have a problem. Here's a tweet. Former Obama advisors are caught selling secrets? Nah. Say it ain't so.
America's Jack Posobiec.
In a shocking new report today, we are now learning that former members of the Obama administration have been caught holding back-channel communications with Iranian officials on how to defeat U.S. foreign policy under the Trump administration. Specifically, they've been contacting Iran's foreign minister, Mohammad Javad Zarif. One American News exposed John Kerry's illegal shadow diplomacy with Zarif last year, when the two were caught holding secret meetings together in Paris and photos were taken of them. Kerry's deep ties to Zarif are well known. In some cases, Obama officials reportedly attended Capitol Hill meetings to learn information about new U.S. policies from congressional Democrats and then relayed that information to the Iranian government. This, of course, is in violation of the Logan Act,
Right.
the same act that General Flynn was spied upon after Trump had been elected. Obama officials are desperate to rebuild the Iran nuclear deal that Trump dropped, and they are working with their allies in Congress to complete it.
Wow. This is a real eye-opener. Thank you. And I got to tell you, John Kerry and Barack Obama have personal interest in Iran. It's well known that John Kerry is one of the biggest investors of any former senator. And he's also got his fingers in that region. Susan Rice bought $24 million worth of stocks in Iranian companies. I mean, tell me that's not acting like a traitor. 24 million. So whatever money that John Kerry has invested, he was actually called back to Iran when Trump didn't sign the treaty. As you know, I was the one that said not to sign the treaty. Yep. But Trump has mistakenly imposed economic sanctions on Iran. It was a big mistake. I said not to impose stiff economic sanctions on Iran, but not sign the treaty. Trump didn't get the memo, apparently. So now we're looking at Trump stumbling all over himself regarding the Iranian treaty, and now dealing with China very upset at the prosecution of the CFO of Huawei, the largest telecommunications company in the world. I don't have an angry attitude toward China like Steve Bannon does. He really believes that Huawei is the biggest threat to our country that any corporation could ever be, and Trump kind of feels the same way. I don't see China and Huawei as the big threat that Americans like Steve Bannon see it. So I look at it more realistically that we ourselves have to deal with the 5G network, and we all have to look at it as a safety factor. We have not really had long-term studies done on the long-term effects of the 5G network. I'd rather approach it there than to arrest Meng and then create a trade war with China that, we could easily win and no problem. I don't believe that we're going to easily win this trade war that Trump says he's going to have some meetings in the next couple months about. I just don't believe it. This is a $28 tie I picked up at James Madison's home. I paid $28 for this. And it is pictures of all the great presidents, including the not so great presidents like Barack Obama. Trump says energy efficient light bulbs make him look orange. That's pretty funny. He uses that beta carotene spray on tan. That's why he's orange. Believe me, if Donald Trump's orange coloring was my biggest problem, I don't know how I'd survive. Yeah.
By the end of the century, if we do not take action on climate change, the damage from climate change will surpass twice as much as all the wealth that exists in the world today.
Here's a typical Democrat libtard who thinks that climate change is happening. Oh my gosh. And they won't admit that chemicals are being dumped on us on a daily basis. It's amazing how these Democrats are. They insist that it's all because we're flatulating or eating beef or something, when all along massive particulates are being dumped on in the skies above us almost daily. And the Democrats say, oh no, you're a whack job for believing in chemtrails, Dave. Yeah, you're a whack job for believing anything like that exists. Yeah, I'm going to pass on that Democrat. They're starting to complain that these chemicals are causing a permanent damage to the magnetosphere. I'm not making this stuff up. This is being dumped in the skies above us all the time, everyone. If you want to go to a good website, I created one called chemtrailparty.com. Kind of going with the America's Third Party concept, but created a party insignia about it. I'm not seriously expecting people to gather together to create a political party to stop chemtrails, but I am trying to make you aware, and I have a website set up to do that. Chemtrailparty.com has a link page and all kinds of proof you need to verify to your family that these things are really happening. But the Democrats, they won't even talk about it. You're a whack job. Ugh. Yeah, Dolly Madison was really an awesome woman. I got a chance this summer of meeting James Madison, the person who impersonates him. And Sarah and I had a wonderful 30-minute conversation with him. What are we looking at? The Orgy Island? Yeah, I mean, I've seen that without the top on. Why are we looking at Orgy Island, Misanthropy? Thank you. What are we looking at and why? What am I missing in this picture? They boarded up the windows? Okay. Okay, everyone, here's Orgy Island and the supposed castle that showed all the windows of the plastic beds with plastic on them, with urine stains all over the plastic beds. Luckily, some people got pictures of those plastic beds that were inside this building. And as you can see, somebody boarded the entire building up because the drones can see in and see the plastic beds with blood and urine stains on it. Yeah, wasn't that weird? So now we can't see anything. What are they hiding? And how come the NYPD didn't get more information about that? They are DDoSing us. We are cutting out at times at Vaughn. Mark Vaughn is not the ideal place to watch us. If you guys are watching us at Vaughn's, open up the pop-out chat and then click on the Periscope link on the side. Yeah, you won't have that problem over there at iBlog, but didn't Obama or Trump screw up the Obama deal with Iran? No, Trump didn't screw up the Obama deal with Iran. Trump merely followed my advice of not signing a treaty, which was written in huge amounts of cash outlays. We gave Iran $155 billion. Why? So that they would cut back on uranium production by a smidgen? That's just ridiculous. Why would we do that? Because John Kerry and Barack Obama have a financial stake in Iran. That's what I just showed you. They're over there right now trying to broker a deal and help Iran. Oh yeah, total turncoats. I would arrest Obama right now if I were President Trump. I can't. Okay, good. You can open up Pop-Out Chat and get the excellent view from Periscope over here. That way you can get past Mark's bad code, which he did HTML5 and it's written poorly. There's a lot of errors on it. Yeah, I think I'm onto something. There's a SIM card hack going on. I did not know about that. All right. I'm one of the most censored people in the world. But we're slowly making progress. As I continue maintaining leverage on a nightly show, doing my best to give you a daily unpredictable and different off-centered and centered commentary. We're always mixing it up here, and I'm trying to constantly appeal to people who are concerned about the future. And I want to give hope. That's why I created America's Third Party, was to give people hope. You see, I'm in the center of the political spectrum. I was a former Blue Dog Democrat who said, no, I don't want to have gun control. I support our rights to bear arms. So I left the left-leaning Democratic Party. And I don't openly endorse LGBTQ like the Democrats do. I just believe that we should stop discriminating against people of any gender identity, but not cater to them. So I'm clearly a centrist, and I think a lot of you are too. Sarah's here. Hi, Sarah. Thanks for coming in.
Hello.
Felicity Huffman, the actress from Desperate Housewives, got 14 days for having given $15,000 to somebody to rig a couple daughters' admissions SAT scores. So she's been sentenced, Felicity Huffman has. And I think that's perfectly fine. Sarah's here and going to give you her calming and resolute and very intelligent I guess viewpoints. Yeah. I mean, Sarah has just acquired her master's degree in technology, learning technology, and she can give you guys tips.
Even more.
Yeah,
I just
really.
I was listening to this audio book I just started called The Innovators.
Oh, really?
And I'm really glad I'm listening to it because it's just what I wanted before I delve into networking, because I really wanted to understand like the history of computers and how it started and who started it and how they work, and it was, you know, because it's like sometimes I'm like, it would be cool to understand that, but then it's like, oh, you know, I was just listening to a part about Grace Hopper, and she was one of the earliest programmers. Like the men kind of worked on the hardware, and the women were really interested in the
software,
like programming. Yeah, and it was pretty cool because she was like, I'd go in and move all these wires around, and then this other guy I worked with moved the wires back just when I got it working the way I wanted it to work. And
wow.
And you know, because programming really at that time is about like making sure the electrons flow in a certain way.
Yeah, they're really rudimentary.
Yeah.
You know, if you go back to the beginning and try to pick up where you left off, it's a mountain of information, and it's almost like way daunting to do that. So if you look at the whole evolution of computer science as a top-down learning opportunity,
Yeah.
it's a little easier than to understand the nuts and bolts of programming. I know that in the early days of programming, I tried to study programming, and it was very much of a hurdle.
Well,
For a lot of
especially,
us.
I do think some people think that way and some people think differently. Like, you know, it's like she's like, if I can get it down to the base bare minimum, and
Mhm.
I have to do that. Like, I'm thinking this when on my free time on the drive home and to work, and then like, meanwhile, I'm like taking almost 30 minutes to write a simple one-page thing because I'm like, capital D. Let's say we did something. Capital D, start with a stick and then do a half circle. Then do an I, then do a magic C, up like a helicopter, up higher, down, touch a line, travel away.
Learning to code is apparently very easy now. Code.org is available for kids and adults to learn. And apparently it's just about doing it. It's kind of like if you get your kids to do their homework, they're going to do pretty well in class.
Yeah.
If you don't work on code daily or go to Code Academy, you're not going to be good at code. I don't want to do code. So I purposely avoided. What I like looking at is how things interact. So I created
David's like, I want this to happen. Yeah, make it happen.
No, what I did was I looked at a framework developed by a man named Steve Rapiti. We actually did a lot of research when we first started, and we met this guy, Steve Rapiti, in 2010, who created this amazing website called Scraplet. And Steve is a brilliant coder.
Yeah, he
And
is.
and I said, I listened to how he sold himself. He said, we have a total interface for you people who don't like code. And like last night, Misanthropy just said, hey, could you put a button so that we can play some NES games on your Cool Rock site? I just went in there and dropped it in, and boom, you can go play NES games off of our Cool Rock site. So it's not that I don't love technology. I like what you see is what you get. And when I first started website design, I was Mr. What You See is What You Get. Scraplet is brilliant in that nobody's using it except for us, except for a few people, some movie stars. We've got links to great things here. We've got totally flexible pages. You move them yourself. And if you want to restore your page, you can do that. You can interact with music. You can play some of these croutons of virtual reality in the background. You can check out the news. We've got news from all sides, virtually. Reactions to the third Democratic debate differ. We've got a great discussion of the U.S. here, maps of the U.S. if you want to learn about it. But this is what Cool Rock is. So I created Cool Rock back in 1995 in the early days of the internet. And because I'm not a coder, I found a way in which I could keep this site alive and use it myself. And it saved the day, actually. I was being banned because I use a VPN. Yeah, 1995. I was being banned because I use a VPN on the show. I couldn't even get into our chat room, so I went into Cool Rock, and boom, it gives you the scrim necessary to beat the Cloudflare ban that they have on VPN. So now I'm going to let Sarah take over. I just want you to know that even if you are not a coder, the internet's still ripe with all kinds of opportunity. I could care less about people that made millions of dollars in the gaming world. I don't even care about money. I'm building a community online that transcends the greed aspect of the internet. And because I'm not into making big bucks, I can't be bought, okay? Now, if you people believe that that's the future for all of you to, become a coder and make big bucks in the industry, go for it. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to awaken people and to spread awareness about corruption in our country. So I chose the perfect venue. And back in the 1990s, I actually was looking for a chat room because they started to disappear when AOL went under. And I guess officially AOL is closed now. They closed last week. AOL went under. Everyone was scrambling for new ways of communicating. And I said, dang it, when I first met Sarah, I said, I really want a chat room like the ones we met on. And lo and behold, we've got it. And it's all thanks to me. Now, Sarah got me kicked into Blog Talk Radio, and we started doing a radio show.
My mom did. She's more
Your mom got,
techie than
she
me,
suggested Blog Talk Radio. And we did Blog Talk Radio, and then we went into Blog TV, and we did 4 years there where we grew to 1 million supporters worldwide. And then some federal informant bought out Blog TV and shut it down from under us. And then we went to Vaughn. But you notice I haven't stopped 1 second to get this thing rolling. And we've got a very vibrant chat room. And I want to thank all of you people for coming back to our show daily, because this is what this is all about. You can't do this on Politico. You can't do this on Fox. The chat is too fast. You can't communicate. We have a community we formed, and this is what I'm all about. Fun and free. Now, and easy. But, I don't talk about the easy part because I want things to be easy. I don't want you to be daunted with the code that you have to learn and being overwhelmed. You should be able to make your own WordPress website pretty easily. So I'll let Sarah take over.
That's so true, Walgreens. There were so many people at my graduation that had the business degrees. Oh, so many. But with the IT was just like not very many. Because you're right. If everybody did it, then, or if it was easy, so many people would do it, and people would not make money in that field because, it's like supply and demand. I will try my best to remember to tell David that you were telling us about the social credit system. And
did you get this from your garden?
Actually, a teacher brought it in.
That is beautiful.
I thought you could cook it up.
Yeah, I'll make some of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I love yellow squash.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, anyway. It is huge. Somebody grew it and they put it in the teacher's room, like, free, take it. And I was like, it was sitting there for a while. I was like, I'm gonna take it because I like yellow squash. Yeah, I do love math, but I do need to study. Oh, I didn't need to spell calculus correctly, but I do want to study calculus. No, yeah. Business is good to know, but not that many people can grasp IT, you think? I think more people could than we have thought in the past, but maybe not. I don't know. Well, because mac and cheese still tastes just as good, if not better, after a few days in the fridge. Because it congeals, and it's cheese. And the thing about cheese, think about this, aged cheese always tastes better. So you're really kind of like aging cheese with a little pasta. Anyway. David will, he'll try cargo ship, but that's not going to happen. Cheese is delicious. I agree with you. At least that's my interpretation of you saying like dope. Sucks you in. You're right. Mac and cheese isn't really cheese, but darn squirrel. I don't know, broadcaster. He could claim he does. Oh, good. All right. Yes, don't spend too much time in your 4x4 cab. He's in a 4x4 cab? Maybe. Oh, goodness. My mom said, you know what, Sarah, you should treat yourself to a physics class. I think you'll really enjoy it. And that's pretty interesting. Oh, and let me make sure they left the book here. And then I have a book they gave me on their last visit, not this visit. And then they were both reading it on this visit, and I haven't read it, but it's called something like A Cartoon Guide to Physics. But they're reading it, and my mom's like, this is not like childlike. It might have pictures, but it's actual real physics. Well, they ran out of chicken sandwiches because the place that processes the chicken hires illegal immigrants, and then they were busted by ICE. So then they didn't have the immigrants to process their chicken, which is how they ran out of chicken. I don't know if I took poli-sci in high school, well, was it, or civics. I suppose I could use chicken tenders to make a chicken sandwich. You could have told Popeyes years ago to make a sandwich. You've never tried to make a sandwich, or you've never tried something else? Okay. I need to, like, stretch out my back. Ugh. I've never had Popeyes chicken. I always think of Popeyes like, oh, I'm confusing Popeyes with Long John Silver. I was like, isn't Popeyes a fish place? But that's Long John Silver. I haven't been to either in like for 2 or 3 decades. A score and some more. Popeyes told customers to bring their own buns to get chicken sandwiches, but some workers say they were left out of the loop. Oh, nice. That must be a really great brush. $3.50 off? Or you had $7 off and it still costs $3.50? Nice. Yeah, does that surprise you, Joe? Doesn't surprise me. Joe Pesci wrote, Trump is stealing from military tax dollars for his golf courses overseas, and Republicans are silent. Democratic debate 3, September 2019, top 10 candidates on stage. There's an opinion piece that says Joe Biden's debate performance was a time warp to 1985. On Forbes it says, Houston, they have a problem. The Sacklers have been accused of shielding $1 billion as a hedge against litigation. Protesters in Hong Kong have created their own national anthem. And their new target is the city's vaunted subway system. Huh. Oh, goodness. I'm looking at your chat, but I don't know if it's worth me saying your chat, so. Seth Rich sued Fox News and an appeals court revived their lawsuit. Oh, and the U.S. appeals court also reinstated the emoluments case against Trump. Nice. Oh, I see it, that Trump blames his orange appearance on TV on energy efficient light bulbs. You know what you can blame it on? The screen, the video, the people videotaping. Like, I can change in here. I can go to camera source, right? And then I can go here, but I can, where's my camera? Video input. See, I can change my lighting in my advanced settings to look super bright. There you go. It's not necessarily the energy efficient light bulbs, Trump. It's really about the people and the camera doing not enough exposure or brightness. Oh, see, I look orange, but not enough. They just have to add a little bit of exposure. Sarah B. Green. Yeah, I don't remember how to do that. Remember when girls used to turn up the contrast real high so you couldn't tell they are ugly? Now they just use filters so they look like they're plastic. Plastic people. Oh, what is this? Oh. The Jeep Wrangler, less aerodynamic than a cow. Ah! Oh, thank you so much. I needed a laugh. That is pretty hilarious. That was hilarious. Exactly, Joe. Exactly my thoughts. Trump also mispronounced the Bahamas several times. He called it Alabama. Oh, the Bahamas were pretty much decimated. And then they were told they couldn't come into the U.S. after they were decimated. Soon there will be filters that change your sex organs. So you can look like anything you want. Thank you. You know, somebody asked me, Sarah, why don't you wear like press-on veneers like David? I'm like, I like my funky teeth. It makes me look more human rather than a plastic person like they do on the what is it? Instagram. Bahamians. I do not like the Trump things though. Oh. Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner are breaking up. Oh, I don't want to do that.
So I would imagine that, post the White House, that, she chooses to pursue a path to better the world that doesn't include politics.
Oh,
and I would hope that she would do that.
Oh, an Ohio gamer has been sentenced to 15 months prison in the swatting case. I don't know. I couldn't really get all of that to Maples. It wanted all to have all kinds of cookies and things like that. An Ohio gamer recruited a prankster to make a fake emergency call known as swatting, and that call led to the fatal shooting of a Kansas man by police. That gamer was sentenced to 15 months in prison on Friday, prosecutors announced. He was 19. He was ordered to pay $2,500 in restitution, just that much, and 2 years of supervised release after he leaves prison. He pleaded guilty in April to 1 count of conspiracy and 1 count of obstructing justice. He'd originally pleaded not guilty, but changed his plea in exchange for a lighter sentence. He admitted trying to hide his involvement in the episode when he realized that Antic had gotten someone killed. Wow. The U.S. District Judge Eric Milgren said a prison sentence was required to reflect the seriousness of the offense. It was foreseeable that something bad could happen by calling an armed police force to respond to what officers thought was an escalating situation of violence, he said. They imposed sentences not only for what people intend, but what happens. Swatting and soliciting others to swat someone are more than foolish, U.S. Attorney Stephen McAllister said in a statement. Such actions are reckless, dangerous, and as this case proves, potentially tragic. It's not a prank. It's no way to resolve disputes among gamers. Once again, he calls upon gamers to self-police their community to ensure that the practice of swatting is ended once and for all. Look at this in a minute. So this case started with a $1.50 bet between Viner and Call of Duty World War II opponent Shane Gaskill of Wichita, Kansas. Gaskill refused to pay the $1.50. Police said Viner asked Tyler Barris, 26, to swat Gaskill. Barris called the police in Kansas from his home in Los Angeles to give a false report of a fake shooting and kidnapping at a Wichita address that they assumed to be Gaskill's. He and his family previously lived at that address, but they were evicted in 2016. SWAT teams showed up at the house, which at this point belonged to somebody completely different, 28-year-old Andrew Finch. The officers believed they were dealing with a man who had shot his own father and was holding family members hostage. An officer shot and killed Finch, and his family members have sued Wichita police. Police said they believe Finch had been reaching for a gun as he lowered his hand near his waistband. The local district attorney declined to charge the officer. Gaskill has struck a deal for deferred prosecution that could allow the charges against him to be dropped. He was charged as a co-conspirator after knowingly giving Barris the same former address and taunting him to try something. Barris in April was sentenced to 20 years in prison after pleading guilty to 51 felonies nationwide, one of the highest prison sentences ever imposed for swatting. Wow. Okay. I'm being DDoSed. Okay, I'll go off and come back on again. Maybe that will help. It did freeze on me making a face, but that's it. Probably. Am I going through an Aunt B phase? What, like, I like to put my hair up? Maybe. Well... Anyway, that was good to read that article. I'm glad a couple people got jail time for that swatting incident. Seattle area council member proposes a $1 million busing program for the homeless. Oh, they just want to give them bus tickets out of town. That's just going to send them to places like where I live. Oh, they're calling it a family reunification plan. It's a 1 or 2 year pilot program aimed at helping people who have someone in another state willing to take them in, but they can't afford the cost of getting there. Seattle residents blame inefficient elected officials for the homeless problem, and they say they've lost faith in the system. I know that, slow modes. But well, that's an interesting idea. It's where I live. No, I'm not frozen. You guys said that it was, never mind. You said it was well, I guess I do have a router connected. Yes, I have a router connected to my cable modem. Yes. Oh, the sweater? You don't like the sweater? Sorry, Charlie. I guess I am a little quiet. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's not going to happen though, Misanthropy. Oh, obtaining homeless people say they need to obtain IDs to get support to get off the street. Yeah, about that shirt. It looks gorgeous. Yeah, income inequality and skyrocketing housing prices are pushing more and more people onto the streets. San Francisco homeless stats soar. City blames big business and residents blame officials. Seattle officials say its homelessness diversion program allows people to determine how the city can best help them, whether that's deposit money for rental housing, car repairs, or finding a way to return home for long-term support if it's a safe and realistic solution. It's really easy to do that, Charlie. I do that almost every day. It's a critique of the origins and progress of civilization. They want a return to non-civilized way of life through deindustrialization, abandonment of large-scale organization technologies. Is that what you consider yourself, Misanthropy? It's kind of what you want. But don't you want access to computers? You're like, I want that, but with high-speed internet. Oh, you're trying to figure out what you most relate to. It does sound like you. Rewilding. That, I really think you should just have somebody drop you in the middle of Alaska. And then if you don't like it, just slowly hike out of there and come back into civilization. I don't know where Odin is. Mad Dog's backyard. Have you ever thought about that? Just like, or just get in a car and just drive to the middle of the wilderness? Actually, not always, Miss Anthropy. Because if there's land that someone owns, but they don't live there, possession becomes 90%, or is like 80%, 90% of the law. Because you're the person actually living on the land. I know somebody that did that actually. Well, it was back, 20 years ago, but there's somebody that did that in a place in Maine. There's still places in Alaska you can do that, though. Whoa, broadcaster, that's pretty crazy. Okay, I heard about it. There was this Netflix show that I saw about people that lived up in Alaska. And one was about these, this like mountain range. You just like, there's wild areas in Alaska. That's Netflix? Seriously though. Well, you tell me to just do it, and with coding, I tell you to just try it with living. Oh. You're just weird, Mad Dog. Just a little weird. Okay, I'm going to close out of this. "15 months in federal prison." Good. Okay. All right. Fine.
I've got dinner on the stove. Lovely salmon patties and with cheese, and I made part of the yellow squash inside. You can actually use that and add some butter to it, and I put some of that spinach from your garden in there too.
Oh, good.
So it's really good garlic, and I think you'll enjoy it.
Miss Anthropy has been talking about the dangers of a social credit system for many years now.
I am. And, Trump is now talking about using it to tell people they can get a gun or not. If their social credit score is high enough that you can buy a gun. Trump is caving right into the New World Order, and I'm exposing all this. Plus, Trump is pro 5G network without any safeguards in place. It's ridiculous how he's caving into the New World Order. Oh, and he's also saying he's going to send in federal authorities to deal with the homeless problem in LA. That's, of course, FEMA. Yeah, so we're watching this puppet President Trump slowly turn our world upside down. Yeah, they changed their name from Cambridge Analytica to something else. Yes, I'm back. They're turning the frogs gay? Well, I think they're adding too much GMO soy to our diet, which adds our estrogen levels.
Hello,
men
Busy.
especially.
And I hope you're not right. I hope you are wrong, Busy.
What's Busy saying?
Trump will win again.
No. People are losing faith in the guy rapidly. I think a third party is being born as we speak, Sarah. We've done enough broadcasting to get the word out, and I think people are really, coming in here and talking about how we need a third party.
So glad it's Friday night. I'm going to treat myself to just zoning out and watching like something on Netflix or
You worked really hard this week. Wow.
Yeah.
How was the day today?
It was good. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Good.
I did a digital citizenship lesson, and I also did I had the kids copy a letter home. One of them tried to get away with I wrote my own letter. Oh, well, you're going to add to it what I wrote.
Good. So they did some copying too.
Yeah, they're supposed I want them to, and then I had a few kids had to kind of use part of their recess to catch up.
Go ahead.
Catch up with their math because I did mine on the board, and they're supposed to and I told them everything on my paper should be on your paper.
No, good. Copying is a good way to get people started.
So.
All right, Jimmy Carter could run again. I could do Jimmy Carter running if you'd like. I'll imitate him if that appeases you in any way.
I'll definitely. Thank you, Sarah. I'll definitely. Thank you. Did an excellent job. I know that I'm going to do some more peanut farming, and I'll get back to that. Jimmy Carter was a peanut farmer from Plains, Georgia. Very, very kind, and had no idea he was entering the New World Order
when he joined the Trilateral Commission. Jimmy does a speech every week at his sermon, in front of his Baptist church in his neighborhood. I wish they would televise it. I'd actually watch it. 92-year-old Jimmy Carter. I voted for Jimmy Carter. I didn't really like Ronald Reagan because I felt that he was pretty much a con artist, an actor. That's kind of when I started realizing the New World Order had paid actors reading lines to become president. Well, yeah, remember Jimmy Carter got beaten by Ronald Reagan, right? Ronald Reagan promised to get the hostages back. We had 50 hostages, U.S. citizens being held for 444 days. And Ronald Reagan came back and he said, we have negotiated a deal with Iran to get the hostages back home to America. And Jimmy couldn't do that. It's so how did Ronald Reagan do it? Well, it turns out Ronald Reagan didn't know, unbeknownst to him, but Don Regan, his chief of staff, was working a deal with Iran-Contra. Ronald Reagan didn't even know what Iran-Contra meant. Cap Weinberger and Don Regan were working the side deal to get arms traded for the hostages. We literally supplied a terrorist nation, Iran, with arms just to get the hostages back. So the Iran-Contra hearings came out, and Ronald Reagan was not implicated. He had no idea things like that were going on. My chief of staff, Don Regan, handles all of these other things. He was just a copy. He was reading off a script. Ronald Reagan was an actor. And that's why I voted for Jimmy Carter. I thought he was more authentic. And he was the most intelligent president we've had so far. He has 155 IQ, whereas Bill Clinton has 145 IQ. So, I mean, we probably saw some brilliant men back in the day, too, that did, before IQ tests. They say Thomas Jefferson and James Madison were absolute geniuses. Theodore Roosevelt read 2 books a day. Brilliant man. Brilliant. So we've had a lot of presidents that actually were really, really smart. We don't have one right now, unfortunately. He calls himself a stable genius, but he can't even pronounce the name of his vice president, unfortunately. So, yeah, who is he? He'll go down in history as a guy who made a lot of weird statements on Twitter.
Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole, and John Thune and Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole group of great people.
Mike Pounce is the new name for our vice president, so you may want to write that down. I think Trump will probably order all of us to start pronouncing it Mike Pounce, or else maybe we'll be like those 4 NOAA officials that actually said, Mr. Trump, the hurricane was never headed toward Alabama. I heard you say Bahama. I knew it was Alabama at that point. No, Bahamas, they're not the Alabama state, Mr. Trump. Talk to my aides and have Ivanka work on that deal.
And just sitting around a room. Ben Sass, who's actually become very good over the last year. We had a little arguments.
He likes Ben Sass. He's an operative working behind the scenes. Ben Sass. I don't know who Ben Sass is other than the guy I looked at earlier. Hey, so we have confirmation that Jeffrey Epstein is alive. We talked about that the other day. We saw him August 30th at Epstein Island, and he's been a busy bee, man. Look at, he had his entire crew cover up all those windows that had the pictures of the mattresses in them with the urine stains and the blood stains on them. But luckily we have drone footage of that, so we'll be, definitely watching that. But yeah, he probably is living in there, I wouldn't doubt. That's probably his new bunker. You see how well fortified it is? Yeah, it could be. Oh, Jeffrey. Ollie Oxenfried, anybody in there? What's really strange is Jeffrey Epstein ordered a huge cement truck 2 months before he was arrested in New York. Oh no, you had shingles? Oh, you're sore? Oh my gosh. So you had a recurrence of shingles. Oh my goodness, add to one. My dad got that later in life. It's a terrible, painful illness. It's really chickenpox coming back within your system because it's compromised. Shingles is serious, yeah. I guess they've got you on an anti-vaccine right now, or antiviral vaccine, or whatever they do. Usually you can get it over 50, yeah. But if your system is compromised anyway, you can get shingles. Yeah.
Oh, you guys, I think I'm winning.
Oh, you've got a Gordon Ramsay piece where he's actually showing off his body. People confuse me with Gordon Ramsay all the time wherever I go. I say, "Are you Gordon Ramsay?" No. He's 8 years younger than me. But yeah, there he is. He works out, at eating.
Oh, you guys.
Hey, we'll take a look at that tonight. I don't mind some of the cook-offs. I enjoy Gordon Ramsay. I think he's a pretty funny guy. Well, Prince Andrew is completely innocent, according to the Queen. There's no evidence that Prince Andrew had anything other than a photograph taken with a 15-year-old. You know that. Okay. David, can you add that to Cool Rock? The Epstein Island video game? Yeah, we can do that. That'll be funny. That'll be great. We get to watch him. Here's the photograph of, it's all over the internet now. They're making a game out of it. Epstein Island video game. It really is him. August 30th, he was seen looking up at the camera there. And his big buddy, his African-American assistant there, sitting on his 4x4, looking in. That looks like
Hi, this is Ed back again with another video from the
Daily Rabbit. Yeah, I'll play that tonight in our show too.
From the Outer Light channel on the Steam blockchain.
Okay, last night we were playing Grand Theft Auto 5. Some girl was demolishing, people, and it's just such a violent game. You know, they're not going to be able to stop dangerous, violent games, but wouldn't it be great if every major producer of gaming could, along with a slew of violent games, make one really nice learning game for kids? Am I asking too much for that to happen? I hate violence too, Soul Child, and I'd like to have a game where you're like a porpoise going through the water and you're learning things about the ocean. Something simple like that instead of this nonstop violent killing and mayhem and prostitution and drugs. And here kids don't even have to become drug addicts. They just become video game players. They might as well be equivalent to drug addicts. Okay, I had a little problem with the light there. It was a little too bright. Thank you. Whew, I was like glowing. It was weird. It does desensitize people. Yeah, especially when you walk outside with a controller playing your Xbox and the cop's at your front door and he thinks that's a gun and they blows your head off. That can happen in America, you know. In Pasadena, California, about 20 years ago, a guy walked out into the street with his remote control for his TV. Cops blew him away. It looked like a remote control. It was a remote control. He was trying to change the channels on his reality. You know, believe it or not, flipping channels dates back a long time, son. Yes, sir, babe, way back in the 60s, we were flipping channels on our analog TVs. Mario Teaches Typing is a real game too. Yeah, you can get Mario at our new link we have on our main site now. I added the link that Misanthropy suggested, but not the current one. Where do you want me to stick the Epstein game? Like right in that empty space? I can put the Epstein game maybe down below. In this, where the Scissor Fight section is. We've got links to Scissor Fight's music here. I'll put it right where What Happened When You Were Born. That'll be the Epstein. I'll just shrink that and make that the Epstein game. I'll give it a different color too, like purple or something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to be doing a little website design on my interactive web concept at Cool Rock. You got a link, live leak? Okay, it better be good. You've been slipping on your links, Howie. Officer gets a surprise with the suspect. Are they clothed? Is this guy clothed? Is he gonna? Are his pants gonna drop off? Could you pre-roll that for me and verify? Don't play that. Okay, I won't play that. Howie, you've been a bad boy. Yeah, we're gonna have to mute you. Something's not right with Howie. He keeps pushing weird stuff. Okay, we just got, you don't have to keep repeating the Gordon Ramsay link. Thanks, Heart Foodie. The guy made the mistake. I'm reading something here. Yeah, a video guy at Walmart with a toy gun. The guy shot him, yeah. Why did the old baby boomers misinterpret pee-pee? You know, I don't know. Could you ask me a little bit more relevant questions to politics and freedom? Whatever's left of it. When I was just a little boy, I was the remote control to my TV set. Yeah, so you got up and switched the channels when you were a kid, right? Okay. Yeah, some people are that old. You'd have to be about 70 to remember that. David, do you wear Depends while casting for hours? No, I'm hooked up to my digital system, which prevents me from urinating on the screen. Amir King Kong says, David is my idol. I told my mom and dad that. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Well, you know, I am doing what I chose to do. I'm not getting paid for any of this, as you know. I do it out of the kindness of my own heart. And the fact that I do the show nightly with such intensity shows you my commitment. But you don't have to be like me, because in order to be like me, Amir, you'll end up living off rice and beans your whole life and being rather stingy about your money when you were a young man to avoid wasting money and becoming incredibly indebted like Donald Trump. Yeah, you have to live a very humble life, kind of like a priest. I'm akin to a priest or a monk. That's how I live. I know that sounds odd considering I always look great and am in, always a pretty good mood, but I am the best thing online. That's true. You could be like me if you do what you want to do without any restrictions. I don't do things because I have a producer telling me what to say, like Howard Stern. Thank you, I Love Fries. I could easily feed 12 people with $5. I could buy a 20-pound sack of potatoes for $2. That's half the battle right there, and get some turkey bacon. I am humble, yes. I try to minimize bragging about my high IQ. It's true. I'm a very humble person that way. Yeah, now you guys have 1,000 channels. We had like 13 when I was a kid. And I used to wait till that show comes on. You don't have that problem. Well, you wait for the reveal of a new music video, or you wait for your newest show, like Walking Dead, the newest one coming out. So you kind of know what I feel like. But I really waited for the next version of The Brady Bunch. It's like, wow, The Brady Bunch has a new show this week. Not every day, but a new show this week on this day. And I had to wait for The Brady Bunch's new show. You can imagine how incredibly brainless I was during that time watching those shows. So consequently, I've looked into my mind a little bit and analyzed why I feel the way I do. And I've come to the conclusion that we've all been brainwashed by media and TV. The severity of it is really debatable. It may be a mild amount of brainwashing, but it is a lot of brainwashing going on with the TV that we watched as kids. And you are watching with video games today. So it is happening. There's a lot of brainwashing and brain grooming going on. I actually met Marcia, and she's a very, very religious person. I talked about this last night. Marcia Brady. Yeah, we talked about this last night. I feel like I'm reliving Maureen McCormick meeting with her. She's a kind of a different person now. The tragic real life story of Marcia Brady.
Maureen McCormick is best known for playing the popular and insanely beautiful Marcia Brady on the hit television show The Brady Bunch. She lived out her formative years in front of millions. Marcia.
So in order to, better align myself with your understanding, I have to go back to my time during my early programming stage. My primary programming stage occurred during the 1960s when I was developed at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories in California. I'm kidding. I'm not a robot. Some people think I am. I'm actually the precursor to Max Headroom. Yo, Dave, everything Trump touches turns to crap. Yeah, Joe, you, like many Trump supporters, are finally realizing the problems with Trump. You notice how I'm not raking you guys over the coals for having once believed in Trump? I don't see that as a problem. You fell for the, Trump's going to stop the deep state. No, Trump is owned by the deep state. They have a lot of leverage on him. The one thing about me is they have no leverage on me. But I'm not here to destroy a system that is semi-functional. Our country is overspending $1.34 trillion coming up next year. Overspending per year, $1.34 trillion. That's the only reason why we've been able to keep our two-party system afloat is by borrowing money. Nothing QAnon says happens. They say he's going to go after Clinton. He's not going after Clinton. Howie, you're not being raked over the coals. You're just being asked to come up with political discussion, not talking about sex life or things that you digress to. And a lot of people are complaining about you, Howie. I'm not the only channel that you're bothering. There's a lot of hosts that are really kind of upset at you. That's what I'm hearing on the Vaughn Click network. I put avocado on my head to help strengthen my hair follicles. I did a treatment about 2 weeks ago. No, I don't want to have an elaborate party. We have to get busy right away. We won't have a lot of time to party with dignitaries. We have to build the country back up. We're falling apart, in case you didn't notice. Our Homestead Renewal Plan will build the country's backbone of housing solutions and jobs, low-cost jobs that Obama never did. Yeah, the concept is a pretty cool idea, actually, to create new houses out of old houses, basically. Not build new ones, just renovate left and right. So when I talk about freedom, I'm talking about you guys owning your own house. That's a big component. And having a solar rooftop to boot. I'm saying, I didn't say we're all faking a what? A par? The house will last, broadcaster. Yeah, it's designed to last approximately, broadcaster's Preparation H. He came up with a new name. It's designed to last 40 years, the rooftop, and part of it will be solar. So we'll be saving money actually on the roof. Normally a roof like that was going to run you about $10,000 minimum. We're going to do the solar panel for under cost, and you'll be paying for it out of your electric bill. You won't even have to pay for it. It'll come out of your electric bill over the next 40 years. We're basically going to lease your house roof facing south. The other side will have a very durable composite roof that'll have a 40-year lifespan. We're going to go with double layers of tar paper. That's the big problem with a lot of people. They don't put double layers of tar paper. I highly recommend it, or at least the thickest grade, 30 pound. So if you don't look at the tar paper as the primary ingredient, you won't have a long-lasting roof. We do take donations. We have a PayPal site that people have been making donations to. Unfortunately, there's only one donation that's come through in the past week, and that's Meow TV, who's a dual citizen in France. And I believe that if PayPal is stopping donations to me, they are looking at a massive lawsuit. I wish I could answer your question, but PayPal won't respond to our concern because they say there's nothing wrong with the system. You could live off the fat of the land, yes. Ace. Well, I mean, right now I can show you one of my favorite pastimes, since there's not a lot of news going on other than Felicity Huffman getting 14 days in jail. Bob Iger is going to step down from Apple's board as Disney becomes a competitor. So Disney CEO Bob Iger resigns from the Apple board. Oh, that's kind of news. Apple is coming out with their own live streaming network like Netflix. And Disney is too. So now Bob Iger is stepping down from Apple's board so he can focus on Disney's growth as an online experience. Disney's got the content. Apple doesn't. If I were Apple and Disney, I would merge. I absolutely do a Disney-Apple merge right away so that they can get the upper hand on Netflix. They're not going to be able to pull it off if Apple does it solely. They don't have content. They can have a price, though. They're offering $5 a month versus $12 for Netflix. But Disney's going to offer something similar, I think $7.50 or something like that a month. So I think if they did work together, I think they'd really be smart. I think Bob Iger should consider brokering a plan to merge those two entities. Seriously, at least the endeavor, because Disney's got so much great content. They'd immediately start competing with Netflix. It would be like a no-brainer. But if they start small, like they're trying to, they're not going to have the initial momentum to beat Netflix at their game. Netflix is way ahead of this. I'm not rich. I'm actually, I have many fortunes that I don't draw from. Yeah, rich is such a mundane word. Yeah, Amazon's they're already doing great with their original programming. So Amazon Prime and Netflix are clearly neck and neck. Hulu's kind of fallen by the wayside. But if Apple enters the game at $5 or Disney enters at $7.50, I think people are going to consider having multiple networks. That's safe to say. It'll be a la carte video on demand, basically. Kind of like in Canada, they require the subscription television stations to offer a la carte menus for your stations. That would be a good alternative. If the FCC ordered all subscriber satellite and cable systems to have a la carte menus, that would be really price competitive. And I think they should go in that direction. Canada is doing very well. I don't need donations to do the show. That's why I continue to do it despite all odds. I have a flotation system that is virtually impregnable. No one can stop me because I don't rely on donations. I don't need them to continue doing a show. I need them to get access to mainstream media, to put commercials out. And I've told you that for years, but no one seems to respond. So we've had flatlined PayPal donations for years now. I've been doing this from an incredible base of absolute integrity. And nobody seems to understand what it means to have an American fighting for his country from his own home studio. But that's exactly what I am, and I'm nothing more and nothing less. I'm not looking for donations from people in person because I have numerous death threats against me. If I were to go door to door, I'd be wasting my time. No. In fact, risking my life for nothing. If I don't get PayPal to open up new donations soon, and I've only had one person try to get me a donation, that's Meow TV. My previous donation from him was 8 years ago. So it's possible that PayPal has an IP on file. They just allowed that IP to do another donation. No, there's nothing jacked up about my hair. It's all good. Yeah. I think you're having some problems with the way you're looking at the hair. People in the street don't hand over cash. No. No, people are really, really hurting in America right now. I've seen people standing out in front of Costco, barely able to get a penny from anybody. Because people have to go in there and hoard their food, and they spend their money on things they want, not things they want to give the homeless guy or the guy running for president at the front door. Bernie's a lost hard, Democrat, socialist. The Democrats are leaning so far to the left. Bernie is going to get rid of your cars in 40 years. He's going to phase out plane travel. I mean, he and Ocasio and Beto are all cut out of the same cloth. Communism. And I don't understand why the donation thing never kicked off, but it doesn't really bother me. I'm not here for personal gain. I never was. I've only done a show simply because I wanted to. And I knew it had to be done, especially considering Mark has made hundreds of millions of dollars censoring me. That's not on me. That's on karma. Karma will kick him in the ass eventually. Anybody who tries to get money through that means of cheating and censoring me and violating my rights, my freedom of speech, my equal representation under the law, anybody who does that is going to have major karmic payback. And I'm not here to dole that out. That goes down on the man and what he's done. We talked about that last night. You know, a lot of those people that stand out in front of Walmart have to be pre-approved. It's true. Everything okay out there? Hello? Well, let me give you access to what happened. I don't have access to his accounts, so I can't really tell you. But if I subpoena him for tax records when I'm president, we would get to the bottom of what Mark was doing this time. And if he did have any tax violations, then we would use the RICO Act, and everybody who got paid under him would be charged with a serious crime, as well as doxing, which is a serious crime. But I've been doing this since 2008, and you don't see any wear and tear on my side. You can tell I've got this thing down, so I can easily last till maybe another 30 or 40 more years, maybe longer.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV, and I'm going to be talking about issues from renewable energy to getting out of Iraq. Thanks for listening, and don't miss our show. Thanks a lot.
So, as you can see, I've been dedicated for 11 years now, and I haven't stopped. So, I'm still doing it. That being the case means that I am pretty much the guy that you've been waiting for. I don't know anybody who has this level of commitment. You never missed my show on Blog TV? What was your name, your username on Blog TV, Cargo? Got a trainer for me? Wow.
What's up?
How to make money with homelessness, panhandling. Oh, okay. Well, watch this later tonight. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, people on the street making money, panhandling. You get 48 on your hybrid Malibu? That's cool. Those Malibus are pretty nice. I like those. Oh, I'm supposed to ask Sarah for that? Okay. She would know. Thanks for the link on the homeless guy, learning how to panhandle. A lot of you may want to link that. You may have a future as a panhandler in America, especially if Donald Trump doesn't come up with new ideas to create jobs like I'm doing. Prius can get up to 58 if it plugs in and drives everywhere locally. It is really good, yeah. My little hybrid gets approximately 58 on the highway. Two-seater. It's supposed to get 70, originally designed to get 70, but I don't know what world they were living in. Trump administration to deport sick children and people with disabilities. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Thanks, Add the One, for telling me about this. This is crazy. Look at this, people. Man. The Trump administration has axed a program that allowed immigrants with serious health conditions, including children and people with disabilities and their families, to remain in the United States while receiving life-saving medical treatment. Oh my gosh. The Medical Deferred Action Program was recently eliminated by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Without warning, immigrants and visitors and their families are being notified by letter that they must leave the country within 33 days of receipt. For many immigrants, this means leaving critical medical care behind, which could prove to be a death sentence. Yeah, totally. They previously acted to limit judges' abilities to determine deportation cases, particularly those involving sympathetic circumstances, but now there's no wiggle room. You just aren't allowed to be in here in the country, even if your child is suffering from a heart condition needing a heart transplant. Can you believe this is exactly how Hitler treated the Jewish people? Oh, I don't have a problem with PayPal. I thought people were having problems getting donations. How many views does that video have? What video are we talking about? Exactly. The homeless guy. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm already on to the next subject, so I was going to talk about, does Planet 9 exist? Yeah, I don't really care how many views the guy's got, the homeless guy. Who cares? He's a YouTube star now. People want to learn how to beg for money. I mean, can you deny these YouTube stars their chance to say absolutely nothing other than they need money? Anybody who has a political view on YouTube gets kicked off or given a lot of money because that's a shill, like a whack job. They like whack jobs.
You think Planet 9 exists with 99.8% probability?
This guy, Veritasium, has 6.34 million subs. That means this video is going to draw him at 521,000 video views is going to draw him probably a few $1,000s in and of itself.
Something like that. Yeah, maybe 99. I'll push it high. 99.9% probability.
We'll play that later tonight. I don't play it during the show because they'll actually monetize the recording of that. So that's a YouTube star. They don't usually say anything other than Planet Nibiru or Planet 9 exists or the Earth is flat or some ridiculous thing like that. And you'll get a lot of hits. You really will. I exposed some pretty weird stuff today about how Obama was making deals with the devil, going over to Iran and cutting deals, and now giving Netanyahu some updates as well. It's like he's playing both sides, and he's playing a broker without even having the authority to do this.
It fortifies the principle that you've enunciated many times, that Israel should be able to defend itself by itself against any threat.
So now Obama, unbeknownst to Trump, is going out and meeting Iranians and Netanyahu to somehow broker us, I guess, a way for them to deal with our foreign policy. It's a total breach of the Logan Act, and since Trump never was prosecuted for violating the Logan Act, I guess Obama feels he can get away with it now. So he's over there right now talking to both the Iranians and Netanyahu. It's unbelievable. Jimmy Carter used to do that, but he had to get approval to do that. I don't mute you for no reason, Howie. You don't have enough political discourse going on. It's as though you're not really intelligent enough to be in the show. I'm sorry to say that, but you need a certain level of intelligence to be in the show. And from what I'm hearing from other people, you just harass other people on their show. So you're like a media hog. You just want to be the center of attention, and it's not fun in the chat room for me to just talk about you. So that's why we mute you. It's mostly to keep you out of the show. I don't believe that Bigfoot exists necessarily. I just don't have enough confirming video of Bigfoot, a real video. The closest we get on YouTube is a sketch of a guy wearing a large football outfit. Well, actually, we could look for Bigfoot, real footage, and we probably would have about 50 entries. Let's take a look. Bigfoot video claims 2013 evidence claimed by researchers in new video. Okay. Yeah, here's one right here.
Breaking news out of Texas, Bigfoot is real. According to a group of researchers, they call themselves the Sasquatch Genome Project, and they released what they say is proof. Several never-before-seen short video clips of the legendary and very shocking.
Now, I thought that would be pretty funny. I mean, what if a guy just paid for a big gorilla outfit, walked through the woods, and then automatically everybody would believe Bigfoot is alive? I mean, is it that hard to believe that somebody would pay to get a gorilla outfit and walk through the woods and take a picture just to get noticed on the internet? Is that far-fetched or what? We don't allow the N-word here in our show. Yeah. Well, Howie may be here for me, but he takes the entire conversation is all about Howie. See how this works? Yeah. And he takes over the whole aspect of the chat, which is not exactly what I want to do, okay? More news. I guess Trump has problems with Detroit. Detroit relies heavily on not having tariffs on countries like Mexico and China. But now there's a corruption probe going on. UAW agrees to extend talks with Ford and FCA, but the GM strike is possible. So how much the trade war is having to do with the GM strike, I don't know. There's no relationship yet, but yeah. This guy was apparently probed in this particular question. United Auto Workers president Gary Jones speaks during the opening of their contract talks with Fiat Chrysler. These guys still have pull. United Auto Workers are still doing it. It's amazing. Of course, these guys get paid a lot of money by the auto workers to do their job, but It's amazing that the unions are still holding on amid corruption charges, but, you know, we'll see how long that lasts. Ford still employs a lot of people in the union, so. And, you know, the government is doing one good thing to stop big corporations like Facebook, Google, and Apple. I actually approve of what Trump's administration and William Barr is actually doing in this instance, actually trying to do some antitrust busting. They're seeking documents from 4 big tech firms, emails, etc. They're definitely thinking of doing some antitrust work with Facebook, Google, and Apple. And I think after what happened with the Russian contamination of the election, if the Republicans do just that, it might win some people over in the 2020 race. But God, so many people are upset that Trump knew in advance the Russians were cheating and rigging it in his favor. They're very upset. So if the Republicans pull something out of the rabbit out of the hat, that's great. Otherwise, William Barr is coming off to me as a guy who needs to leave the post, or at least recuse himself on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. It seems like it's going nowhere because William Barr is at it. Turns out his father, Donald, was the first person to hire Jeffrey Epstein to be in charge of little girls at the Dalton Prep School. Isn't that weird? Our Attorney General's father was the first guy to hire, and Epstein didn't even have a degree in college, and he taught math to a bunch of 15-year-old girls. Yeah. He gave him his first teaching job, that's right. So there's something very wrong that Epstein should not be investigated by William Barr. He should recuse himself. I would think the Congress would order a grand jury investigation of this entire thing. Since we've now seen photographs of Epstein at his retreat and new activity at his retreat too, which doesn't really work with his brother Mark inheriting the money. It can't possibly be through probate. Who's calling this? Who ordered the windows shuttered? How come Epstein's holdings are not, I mean, obviously probate could have ordered these things shuttered, but I don't know. It looks more and more like Epstein was there doing the dirty. Yeah, now they have a video game about Epstein. There he is. He was seen on August 30th right outside the damage from Dorian. And this is for real, folks. The government has not investigated this photograph, and it's just all over the internet. That's him. No doubt about it. That's a good picture. Right there trying to assess the damage from Hurricane Dorian. They got him out of jail. They put him back in an island. He's an intelligence asset, and nobody in the media is talking about it. McAfee is living in total secrecy. He's still working on his candidacy for 2020. McAfee is doing his best to try to expose the corruption in our country. I don't endorse McAfee, but I can tell you that he's got his own little personal nightmare he's living with, trying to help the country in his own way. He is the most knowledgeable person in cybersecurity in the world, and yet our government hasn't really embraced his intelligence. It's kind of ironic. McAfee could be a big asset, but instead they alienated him. All because of allegations he killed some guy that cannot be substantiated. Yeah, I don't want to get into his personal sexual fetishes. That's not my thing. But I think McAfee got a bad rap from our government. So, yeah. I think we should focus more on real tech on our Tech Thursday show. Today's Friday, but I just can't believe. Forget 8K TV. Sony's new 63-foot 16K crystal LED TV is now available for a few million. I heard about these 16K TVs out there in Beijing and Tokyo, but they've got a wall mount that you can put in your entire room and turn it into a full-on 16K screen. Isn't that amazing? And it only costs $1 million. Such a deal. Crystal clear representation. Honey, let's flip the channel on our 16K. I mean, that would be unbelievable. It's like literally living outdoors. Have the air conditioning turned up turned down to 40 degrees. Just sit there. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it's amazing. The TVs are getting so sophisticated. We will be rolling out our TVs in the walls pretty soon too. They're going to be rolling out TVs that literally are in rolls, paper thin, wafer thin. It's phenomenal. And you don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in aliens, but I got to tell you, if we are reverse engineering this stuff from alien technology, that makes the most sense. When you've seen the growth of technology in the world that we live in, it's exponential. It's just hard to believe that it all came from humankind. I don't believe in aliens because I've never met one, but, well, I've met a few illegal aliens, but I've never met a real alien. I met a guy who claimed he was from Mars once. Yeah. It was the weirdest thing. He looked like a mannequin. Yeah, not like the Men in Black, though. Yeah, he said he was from Mars. He actually walked up to me. He looked like an attorney or something, like a generic mannequin attorney. And he said, "Oh yes, I am from Mars." I said, "Oh really? How interesting. You're kidding, right?" He said, "No, I'm not. I've lived here on Earth for many decades, and I'm here to observe humans." And he was totally straight-faced. He was like, "Okay. Well, this is a privilege to meet a Martian. I just thought I'd tell you. I'm leaving now." And he walked away. And then later in that day, I'm serious. I was shopping at a little grocery store down the street in California. It was actually in Santa Monica. And this grocery store had kind of a bar in it, like a juice bar. And I was looking across the way, and I looked right at him. And I think he saw me, but he just literally disappeared as I was looking in that direction. It's like, I think I took my eyes off of him for a second, and he disappeared. And the weirdest thing is there were no exits in that side of the building. It's like, and I looked all around for the guy, and he just disappeared. Isn't that weird? That's as close as I've ever gotten to meeting an alien. He said he was a Martian. It's hard for me to believe things unless I can actually see and touch. You know, even if I were to meet a hologram, I wouldn't believe it's a real alien. Do I like Duterte? No. Duterte is he's a despicable human being. Trump is a despicable human being for liking him. Not the fact that he's a man who defies believers in God and claims there's no God, which baffles me that he's living in a Catholic society and gets away with that. What bothers me is the fact that every time he's photographed, his eyes look like he's high on heroin. It occurred to me that this is an old tactic that monolithic warriors of previous worlds always became, dictators always became used by the biggest mob to get rid of all their competitors. So when you look at his eyes, you can clearly see that he's got some sort of a glaze in it. You see how glazy his eyes are? I've been around a lot of heroin addicts in California. I know what they look like. And I'm telling you, this guy looks like a heroin addict. I think you're a bad man, David. You're a bad man. I don't like you at all. Many people dislike you, David. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that the guy is on heroin, and he gets a really good deal for his heroin from getting rid of all the other competitive drug dealers. That's what I think he's up to. No, I think he's just a really greedy guy on opium or something. Doesn't that look like opium? Howie, you finally piped in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we don't talk about mushmouth, whatever you're talking about. Well, when I was in Venice, California, I lived on the street in my van. When I was 18, I wanted to go through kind of my own personal hell. A rite of passage, if you will. And I got a van and I lived down by the beach eating government cheese and that whole thing. But I worked 3 jobs and I saved my money. And living in a van back in the 80s was pretty cheap, I got to tell you. Late 70s, actually. And when you're down there, in that area, I got a chance to meet heroin addicts personally. Yeah, well, I was working 80 hours a week. It was a lot of work, but I didn't really like it. I took on a couple jobs. When I decided I couldn't afford to go to college, because even though I was a valedictorian in my high school the year before, I couldn't afford to go to college, and they wouldn't give me any money other than loan money to go to college, and I refused to take out loans, so I went the other direction. I decided to save money, and I worked pretty hard for those years and saved enough money to get ahead and stabilize my personal income. I went through some really tough times those years and had a bad relationship with a woman. She was 21, I was 18, and it was kind of a nightmare, but I'm glad I went through it. And she put me, credit card debt went through the roof. I had $4,000 in credit card debt. For you, that's probably nothing, because many of you are running around with $20,000, $30,000 in credit card debt. But $4,000 to me was enough to get out of debt quick, and I did, and then managed to save money from there on in. Yeah, I went to community college. I went to UCLA for a while. I just couldn't afford the colleges in my area, and I certainly, most of all, was offended that I was not accepted at major Ivy League colleges. That was a big factor. It bothered me because I was number 1 in my high school class of 770 students, and I had high SAT scores. So it didn't make sense to me that I would be rejected by Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Stanford. Made no sense at all. And had I lied about having, maybe Native American ancestry, which I do, but not enough to qualify, I could have been like Elizabeth Warren and cheated the system and gotten all that free money. But I think that's just absolutely fraudulent, and she needs to be charged with a serious crime. Elizabeth Warren needs to go to jail. But the credit card issue, I resolved it really quick. I resolved the nightmare relationship within a 6-month period. It was beyond a nightmare. I mean, I'm writing about it in my book. It's just so disturbing. But it taught me a lot of lessons about, saving money. And I believe that we're living in an era when if we don't get financial solvency in our own personal life, right, I would have had free loans if I were like Barack Obama. Oh yeah, that would have been free money all over the place. But I was white, and I'm a victim of affirmative action. Absolutely. I didn't have a perm in those days, no. I actually got a perm in the 1990s, I believe. My mother insisted that I try her hairdresser out. And it was kind of a sad thing because her hairdresser was dying, and my mother wanted to give her more money. And she insisted that she have me do a perm because her hairdresser had this terrible disease she got from a dentist, heart disease. Anyway, the woman gave me a perm. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that perm, though. No, it wasn't about community college work. I wasn't seeking an AA degree. I was number 1 in my high school class, and I really didn't need to go on to hotel management. So I don't have a perm, no, not anymore. Okay. But if you look at the big picture, life is what you make it, and if you don't do anything, it happens in spite of you. So you can't really say what you're going to do unless you do something. So if you really want to make your life better, you actually have to do something. That's very important. If you do nothing, generally speaking, you're going to end up just composting where you're sitting. So word of warning for all of you, if you want to compost where you're sitting, make sure you have a nice place to grow food. Otherwise, there won't be nothing, there will be no one, and your life will be a zero. Yeah, you could easily graduate community college and go on and take those credits to higher education. But I had a problem with higher education to start with. So I didn't really want to fight my professors every day. And I was very upset that they were teaching communism in all the University of California schools that I went to. I didn't just go to one school. I went to 3 universities just to try them out and see how they were. I finally set my sights on a university in Santa Cruz, University of Santa Cruz. And I was really gung-ho. I was ready to go and finish my degree. But I had a problem, and it wasn't my fault. But it was a major obstacle I had to cross. And you'll find all of that out in my book. I'm not releasing data on that. So it's not like I didn't really try to go out and, get extra degrees. I grew to disrespect the entire academic community. And I still have a gross disrespect for the academic community. And it's not that I don't appreciate the fact that Sarah just got a master's degree. I do. I think that's wonderful for her. But I see so many flaws in our system that it's just regurgitating the same thing. I'm not making a personal assessment on any one of your degrees, but we're getting the same answers to the new problems that we're facing, and we're not getting anywhere with the academic community. Academic community has essentially embedded Marxists in our government, like Obama and the Democrats, and they're standing in the way now of even challenging Donald Trump on the Russian involvement. They don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers. Everybody's living in this politically correct world where we don't want to have anyone, take the lead. That's why the Democratic Party is so boring now. That's why their entire debate yesterday was all about how to beat Donald Trump in the election. Not frame issues to solve problems for America. Not create housing solutions for America that will be a big winner for the 2020 election. Not come up with new innovative green technologies that will help stimulate growth in our country's production level. They instead just want to come up with a way to beat Donald Trump. You cannot beat Donald Trump acting like the Democrats act every day. And that's why I'm the guy for you. I'm the guy out of the box, completely homeschooled all the way through my education in politics. And I learned way back in the old days, back in the 70s, that our foreign policy is doomed and that we're being assimilated by a global authority. Our government is not leading anymore. We're simply following global elitists that tell us what to do. Now most of the Border Patrol is Hispanic, right? There you go. And those guys make $75,000 a year to start. And most of them don't even pass lie detector tests. So we've lowered the quality of our top officials. We have government employees working on sewage, making $230,000 a year, doing basic sewage maintenance and engineering. A starting salary is $230,000 a year. We're overpaying people working with sewage, and we're not paying enough average people a higher salary. Google typically employs people from 100 to 150,000 starting salaries. Same with Facebook, Microsoft, and others. That's a big starting salary. We could easily employ 3 people for $36,000 a year as starting salaries. But no, they're not thinking of that. So we need to broaden the base of opportunity for people and not linger in this world of, oh, you need to have a master's degree and you need to go on to technical college to get that perfect job. I want more people with opportunity from your own home where you can telecommute and do the work at home and make $36,000 a year. I know a lot of you would be fine with that amount of income, doing what you want to do online without having to interface with a bunch of freaks in Silicon Valley. I wasn't allowed to do a valedictorian speech. I was too outspoken. My school actually didn't allow any speaker at all that I can recall, because what happened was the woman that was going to do the speaking, she was like a B student. She wasn't even a grad. I mean, she wasn't number 1 in the class. I was number 1. And she didn't get a chance to speak because we had a guy streak across our campus butt naked the day I graduated. Yeah, they just interrupted the whole ceremony. It was pandemonium. Yeah, it's like if she did speak, I didn't hear her, but they didn't choose me as a valedictorian because I'd already spoken. They didn't choose me as a speaking valedictorian because I'd already spoken. I ran for the high school, one of the positions, treasury, and I won. But they bumped me up to secretary, and They didn't like what I was saying. I apparently challenged the status quo too much. So a lot of times when you challenge the status quo, they don't give you speaking engagements. Now, Sarah was not a speaker at her master's competition that we just saw. And in case you didn't see the new GIF, let me show it to you. It's pretty awesome. Sarah got her master's degree recently. That's why we couldn't do a Friday show. But I did do a Saturday show last weekend. But yeah, she pitched for the speaking role. She wanted to be one of the speakers at this massive graduation of Western Governors University. And yeah, here she is. Isn't that cute? And they gave everybody about 3 seconds to receive their diploma. But she did a really good job and submitted a sample. This summer when we were on the road, we submitted a 4-minute video of her speaking about her role as a young graduate and all the things that inspired her and everything. And she rocked. She really rocked. I mean, totally. But the lady that got the speaking role was a blonde woman. First, there was a black keynote speaker who's a supposed spoken word poet. He spoke. He was like an Obama from that era, and he did black speaking and whatever. Spoken word poet. It wasn't that good. It was it came off weird. And then another person, an African American woman, talked about how she battled her trials and tribulations getting her nursing degree with her family, and it was kind of living on welfare and getting her nursing degree. The Democrats in our area love that kind of speech. And then a blonde woman did a speech where she claimed she had MS and barely got through her program, but through her diligence, somehow she conquered her symptoms, and she spoke perfectly normal. Like, I doubt seriously if she had MS, but obviously if she did, I'm sorry for her. But that whole thing about having MS and graduating really was the one that got the win. I don't know where Sarah was in the running, but I can tell you she really rocked on her trial video. I think it was awesome. Okay, report: Trump has asked for my favorite dictator. Okay, thanks, Scissor Fight. Hey, man. But she had a great time, and I really do encourage all of you to get higher education. It just wasn't a good fit for me. I tend to believe that they aren't really addressing intelligent thought there. They're just regurgitating information. Ergo, the world we live in, run by imbeciles like Trump. He graduated from Wharton. I would doubt if he could even read a full page without having some help. Trump asked for his favorite dictator. Searching a room for Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at last month's G7 summit, the president called out, "Where's my favorite dictator?" Oh my God. You know, Sisi is responsible for the death of over 1,000 Egyptians. He's done far more damage than Morsi or Mubarak. And Sisi, this guy has killed innocent people in his effort to control Egypt. And then Trump has likened him as his favorite dictator. Wow. Sisi really is a dictator. Yeah. And he really is closely allied with the Trump administration. Trump is untroubled by the idea of partnering with authoritarians. But his remark was met by stunned silence, according to the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, Trump praised Sisi as a very tough man who had done a fantastic job. Oh, man. I understand Bolton is doing the circuit now. He's going to be talking to various people. He's not done with politics. John Bolton left, but he's not leaving. He'll be back. Here I am talking about the 1,000-mile container fence again. If we want freedom in our country, we're going to have to keep the hordes of people from coming in the border. And Beto O'Rourke wants to get rid of the existing fence. I'm the guy who originally pitched the 1,000-mile fence back in 2008. Trump copied the idea, called it a wall, and said Mexico is going to pay for it. But in reality, this thing has to go up soon, and we're not seeing much progress with Trump. And this could be done with containers for only $1 billion, this 1,000-mile container fence. The cost per container is around $2,000 to $3,000. So constructed, the whole thing could be done for under $1 billion. But, you know, Trump, he just seems to be giving us lip service and doing whatever the New World Order wants him to do. There I am, trying to paste myself in. Yeah, being a congresswoman is very much like winning the lottery, $4,000 a week to be a congresswoman. Chairman Schiff issues subpoena for whistleblower complaint being unlawfully held by acting DNI from intelligence. Oh, okay. Chairman Schiff Adam Schiff has done next to nothing in terms of advancing the case against Trump, but now he's issued a subpoena for whistleblower complaint being unlawfully withheld by acting DNI. Okay. The complaint involved confidentially and potentially privileged communications by persons outside the intelligence community, and raising serious questions that the whistleblower complaint is being withheld to protect the president. Well, you know, they've got more than 5 felonies that Trump has committed on record, along with witness tampering with his son, Donald Jr., and nobody's prosecuting the guy. He changed Donald Trump Jr.'s story about meeting the woman to end sanctions with Russia prior to the election. He ordered Donald Jr. to change his testimony from talking to her about adoptions to talking about Hillary's emails. And nothing came out of that anyway. That's witness tampering by Trump. I never got suspended from school. No, I was a number one student in my school. I was always, groomed for greatness, really. It's when I ran into Marxist professors that I really lost my motivation. I understand why you hated school, Howie. It's certainly a common feeling among a lot of people, but you need to get past that somehow in your life so that you can feel good about yourself. Trump says everything is fake to make those that say everything is fake sound crazy. Misanthropy said a mouthful there. You notice how Trump will never say the Parkland shooting was fake, or all these false flags they've been pitching us about shootings without any evidence of blood evidence and no autopsy results. He never says those are fake, but he calls everything else, especially the Russian involvement in his election, fake news. When now we know that Trump knew in advance that Russia was helping him win the election, and he never told the FBI that. I mean, that's a prosecutable offense as well. Trump has committed about 5 felonies. We don't need to talk about getting more dirt on Trump. We have plenty. Okay, Eddie Money has passed away. Is that right? Let's take a look. He's in the news. Nope. Yep, he just died, folks. Last week, Eddie Money found out he had stage 4 cancer of the throat. And he was on a circuit. He would have even been in my area singing, poor guy. But the rock star has died after recently announced he had stage 4 esophageal cancer. So he just died. The husky-voiced blue-collar performer was known for such hits as 2 Tickets to Paradise and Take Me Home Tonight. So we'll play a little tribute to Eddie Money, who died at the age of 70, folks. You can have all the money in the world and it won't make a difference. Eddie Money died, you know. He had plenty of money. Pretty busy performer overall. Here's a Live 87 performance. There he is. Okay, we'll take a look at the Yeah, I'll play that one and maybe a little discussion of Eddie Money in the background. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could have had a chance to see him perform had he'd lived, but oh well. I guess he's canceled all his concerts. Take Me Home Tonight was pretty good too. Classic musician, really. Here he is, swinging his mic, doing his... That's another one that's really good. 2 Tickets to Paradise and Take Me Home Tonight. Okay, great. He had some great music, yeah. Eddie Money, age 70 at his final day. Well, I'm going to go with this press release from his publicist. It's highly unlikely they would fake his death. He was given stage 4 throat cancer recently, so it makes sense. Lou has a link of a nude picture. They erected a nude sculpture of Donald Trump in Newark, in Union Square. This is an old article, man. Why are you putting this in the show? Yeah, this is like a long time ago. It's like 2 years ago. They had a very lifelike picture of him. I can't show anything else below the belt there, but that's pretty close to the size of the president. Yeah. Thanks for that, reminding me of that. Eddie Money's an example not to wait until 65 years, 8 months for Social Security. Get the money at 62. You're right. You can start claiming your Social Security if you have enough points at 62. Absolutely. Social Security is not meant to be a retirement plan, though, but for many people it is. I'd say the vast majority of people in America use Social Security as a retirement plan. I have a different retirement plan I worked out with myself. It's called Build Fortunes Up and Sell Them Later in Life. I have a rock collection. I just found out I've got some pretty valuable rocks, so I'll have to sell those rocks. My sardine collection's ready for Y3K. I'm readying my Y3K supplies for 3,000. But yeah, prepare for get food storage, get gold, silver. No, I don't have Image Masters anymore. I closed that company down. That company went down in 2010. I stopped advertising. But no, I built up a massive collection of rocks and fortunes. Yeah, thinking of selling some of my rocks. A couple of them are really rare. But I don't need the money, so what do I need to worry about retirement right now for? I don't really care. You know, if the world collapses around me, I'm set for retirement. I really do have enough to live out of my biosphere in my garden, I know. Collins cast deciding vote to let Trump take money from military families for his wall. Susan Collins is such a turncoat. They call her a centrist. She's not. She's a turncoat. The Maine senator is doing it again, acting like she's all important and wanting to get a little teleplay by going against the groups of Democrats and voting with the Republicans, casting the vote to let Trump take money from the military families for his wall. Can you imagine denying military families money? She claims she's opposed to Trump stealing money from the military, but she signed on anyway. Yep. And Leahy said, I'm disappointed that my colleagues refused to take a stand today for the Constitution, the Congress, or their constituents. After Congress rejected Trump's plea for $5 billion to build a wall, Trump declared a national emergency at the southern border, claiming such an action gives him the right to steal money meant for other projects and use it for the wall. So Trump decided to take billions from the military, including funds meant for child care centers and schools. You know, I got to say that this is actually my idea originally, and Trump just took it. He said, you know, oh, well, let's do David's idea and just simply charge the military to build the wall. I was the one that said it would be futile for him to actually declare emergencies in every state because that would be overturned by Congress or by Supreme Court, and I was right. The emergencies in every state were not going to fly. So what he did was he just went to the military budget and set up the military to draw. I would have pulled it from projects not like that, though. Not from the pay scale of the everybody working in the military. I don't want to downsize at all. The U.S. military should be about 2 million strong and maintain their payroll. That shouldn't change. But I can tell you that if we do kick into more expenditures, it's got to come from projects like the F-35. A failed project from the start, which has cost our nation dearly in overbids and contract wars, where we lose money with Lockheed sucking it right out of our coffer. My headquarters cannot be invaded. No. I didn't say I'd give the military less as in military operatives. I said I'd give the military itself less. That means projects like the F-35, not people's salaries. I never said that. I'm getting DDoSed all the time, yeah. I can't imagine stepping on a nail and having it go through my foot. Did that happen to you, Howie? That would explain why you're the way you are. I mean, you know, you didn't know tetanus is in its early stages. It kind of sounds like you do in the chat room. Did you get a tetanus shot? Yes, she only got 14 days. Can you believe that? I'm pissed at Susan Collins. I really am. I'm so pissed at Susan Collins that I'm willing, well, not that willing. The thoughts entered my mind of just moving to Maine and running for her position. That thought has entered my mind. Some pretty cheap property in Maine. If you're willing to put up with the winners. Okay, Trump called out for my favorite dictator. That was a good one. Okay. And Felicity Huffman, right. She is sentenced to 14 days in jail.
We want to interrupt with this breaking news. Actress Felicity Huffman has been sentenced to 14 days in prison for her role in the college admissions scandal. Huffman appeared in a Boston court earlier today for sentencing. In May, the Emmy Award winner pleaded guilty to fraud and admitted to paying $15,000 to boost her daughter's SAT scores. Huffman is actually the first of 34 parents charged in the college admissions scandal to be sentenced. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman joins me now for more on her sentencing. Ricky, are you surprised?
I am surprised. I also think the judge did the right thing. I mean, that she gave her some jail time.
Oh, come on. Orange is the new black for Felicity Huffman, and I think she needs to spend more than 14 days. There you go. I definitely get people in Maine to vote for me. You're right. Well, if the military is going to continue to be Zionist and do the direction of whatever Israel tells us to do, yeah, I agree. I think we've got a problem with the military gone wild, but that shouldn't punish the people who are working and dedicating their lives to military operations work. I live around these people, the Navy. They are hardworking people. There's no question about that. Yeah, I see a lot of people in my area that are the cream of the crop from around the country, brought to this area from areas like Hawaii and Pensacola, Florida. They come here because all the top guns fly in my area. When I walk around, I meet people, you know, in aisles in the market that are, you know, obviously decorated fighter pilots that can easily command an F-18 or whatever pilot they're piloting. So, I mean, these are top level people. They get paid very well, but, you know, again, it's a service-oriented job. It's not like the private sector, so. Some of them hope to become airline pilots, and when they do, their salary gets cut significantly because they're not paying a lot to airline pilots now. Doesn't the cab have video cam? I don't know. Thanks, Keith, for that link. And thanks, Add the One, for that link about how Trump is going to be forcing people who are disabled immigrants to leave the country. Or anybody with an operation, a life-saving operation immigrant has to leave the country now. Unbelievable. Yeah, well, airline pilots are not getting, the best deal now that the big airlines took a big crunch. Most of the people that suffered were the airline pilots. I've never been on the no-fly list. I'm not on the no-fly list now. I just won't fly. I created my own decision to not fly. Navigation systems, you're on the no-fly list, really? You know that for a fact, Misanthropy? Well, you're just guessing. You're just most likely, yeah, right. Try flying and see if you get stopped at the gate. Maybe, the best money out there is just to fly as a chemtrail pilot. These guys make a good 200 grand a year plus benefits. Yeah, and all you got to do is dump chemicals on people's heads. Yeah, there's a big chemtrail union out there in the Air Force. You're not supposed to know this, but they dump these chemicals all over your head to poison the population, slowly dumbing them down, turning them into brain-dead zombies. So you can make a lot of money doing that. Yeah, once you no longer have a soul, you can do a lot of things and make a lot of money on Earth. Look at how much money Eddie Money made. Eddie Money passed away, and what was his net worth? You've got to wonder. $12 million, and he was hit the circuit, man. He worked it. He worked up until the day or the weeks that he died. I mean, he literally was doing a show in our area, and he had to cancel it to die. But his net worth is $12 million, so you can make a lot of money making money like Eddie Money did, because money is all that you really care about, right? Because you don't have a soul. You're just a hollow carcass of a human non-being waiting to enter the dark place. Right.
I'll be the big being, the real being, entering the light place.
Yeah, if you don't put money ahead of other values in your life, like happiness, you'll be fine. Money is not a priority. It should be the least of your worries. If you're spending too much money, you're wasting money. And if you don't save money, you're going to be in debt the rest of your life. It's a simple ratio that you learn in life to not overspend. And you guys who are living, if you're living on credit, that's bad. Money will destroy you if you're living on credit. You get ahead of your debt, then you won't have to worry about money. It should be like a lesser issue in your life.
Yeah, David has taught me that if you don't spend, you won't go into debt. And you really don't need a whole lot in your life.
You don't, really.
I mean, you might want a whole lot in your life.
True, yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can want those things, but don't go out and buy them on credit. Don't buy anything on credit. That's my point. Okay, I'll be back. Sarah's going to give me a break. You got a better rendition of what? Ray Stevens. No, we have to have video with our music videos. It has to be a music video to qualify. I'm not going to have a still screen on the show after the show with this music playing. Yeah, you're right. Debt is modern slavery. It really is. So we're trying to teach people how to be financially free on Freedom Friday tonight. So best way to get ahead of debt is to live below your means, no matter where you're at. Thank you.
Exactly. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. No. Give me a break. Hey, give me a break. It's too late to teach the maples. The maples. Sarah, when I first walked in behind David, I looked tipsy. You're supposed to tell David I came up with the idea of requiring good social credit. I told him. Why do you want me to tell David that anyway? Why do you want to know the answer to that question, Stormy? I didn't tell him exactly that you were the one that said about, oh, it was your idea to require a good social credit score to own a gun, is what you want me to tell him? Because you originated the idea? No, Trump is talking about the idea. But that you told Trump about the idea? I know. I wouldn't brag about that either. I agree with Demopolis on this one. I don't think that's something to brag about. You're like, oh, they should use social credit to get a gun, to let someone get a gun? Did you set it as like a good thing or as a warning? I agree with Final Dream. It was not David's idea, cargo ship. I mean, I remember Misanthropy was talking about social credit at least before I saw that Black Mirror show. I do think contrails are real, yes. Sometimes I look like Mona Lisa. Is that a good thing? Oh, he could mute me. I'm already quiet enough. Thank you, 850, for your comment on my blouse, that I have a nice blouse. Hello, Julian Perez. Julian Perez. Juli? Yes, I think Misanthropy is saying that he knows the future. I think that's what he thinks. You like my blouse and my arms. Okay, good. Hello, HFX, XXX, BVX, CV, CVC. How do you keep all the X's straight? I get the HFS part. 3 X's. BV maybe. Oh, BVC. I got that. Okay. BVX. BVX. BC. Pretty cool. Oh, wait. I missed it. Don't worry, be happy. She was still and all, but she had a slight smile, hence the portrait. It has been said people didn't smile for pictures back in the day, so that's why the painting is so famous. I thought it was like a self-portrait, but in the version of a woman or something. It's kind of weird. One of the other things about that is the original is just like this big of the Mona Lisa. People blow it up to be like that big and all the big. But the real one, I've seen it. Okay. Final Dream says, we can calculate the future, some better than others. I don't know if you guys know anything about back propagation, but that's how it's done. I don't know about back propagation. Tell me more. The stacking of information allows an image of the future to develop. Ooh. True cargo ship. Seems like it's been an interesting day for everyone. Well, it is Friday the 13th. That sounds like programming, Final Dream. Back propagation, I'll have to look into that. Why is it negative to be right? I don't think it has to be negative to be right. Maybe you feel like you're defending the fact that you're right, and that's why you are negative. Sarah, is that a rock on your finger? Yes, it is. It's a stone from the gravel or from the ground in my garden because I lost David's, like, I say it's cut quartz. He thinks it was an uncut diamond. How can a cut quartz be uncut? Anyway. I used to have a amber stone in here, but anyway, Dave's like, well, since you lost it in the garden, I guess all you need is a rock from the garden. And I get all these nice compliments on this rock. It's like, what a cool rock. No, you are saying people think you're being negative, saying something. Then it happens and you're right. And they were ignorant for thinking it would not happen. Oh. Oh, right. Because people, that's the whole thing. They don't want to believe that negative things will happen. And you're like, but of course it will happen. Is it agate? I don't know. Maybe. Well, I thought I had a cut agate earlier. You lost your wedding ring when you were in the Army in 2000 and you never heard the end of it. How long were you married? I know. Sarah, I remind you of someone right now. Your ex-girlfriend? I don't know. I'm just kidding. You're married, and Tiddly D was married for 2 years, deployed a lot, very young. Absence did not make the heart grow fonder. I like my rocks. Rockin' and rollin'. No way, seriously? Oh, is it because of the shirt and the red hair? He says I look like Peggy Bundy. Oh, goodness. I should stick my tongue out at you. Anyway. Got married when you were 20, lesson learned. Do you plan on ever getting married again? Okay, it all depends on the light. I do have red highlights in my hair. I know, I put them there. It's hair dye. No, I'm just kidding. My mom is, I agree with you, Tiddly D. I don't really plan on getting married either. And I didn't get married in the first place. Of course, I've been with David forever, so it's like I'm married. So there you go. And I plan on being with him forever. So that's definitely like a marriage. Yes, I have thought of doing bangs. The only time I did bangs was when I had like a breakout on my forehead. I think he's just, that's the way his family is, Howie. You know, some people have genetics. I don't know, Phil Flanagan. I do not keep track of that. I don't think I could do an afro. My hair is a little too heavy. Do an afro. The show first. Yes, the show must come first. David looks more like his father. If he didn't, Howie, then he doesn't have one now. And isn't that probably easiest?
America, I don't know. I don't watch this.
You don't watch Love Island?
No, I don't know anything about Love Island.
Listen, going back to this whole Brit.
I think that's easiest. But I'm in a committed relationship, so maybe I'm the one that's like persistence. And you know, guys can get away with it. Guys like you can get away with like that. If I want a girl for the weekend, I just go to the bar. But if a woman does that, you know what they call her or me or whatever. Amber is very happy to be home. She's become more vocal since the road trip. No thanks, Ace Spade. What does he want David to perform? I don't understand. There you go. Good idea. I know. Isn't it nice to not... I don't have children. I think it's kind of nice. I like the fact that other people have children because I need a teaching job. But anyway. You can do about 70 something really fast. Okay. All right, yes, the rare Friday the 13th micromoon explained. And the families that are so stressed out from having children. I feel bad for them. That's very cool. You seem like a good uncle. That's good. How many siblings do you have? We're just asking everybody that. Maybe they'll all answer. I have a lot of siblings. What is that? Like a piano player? Stormy Daniels? I might do that on my other... Oh, add the one. Oh, poor thing. Oh, 2 siblings, but then you have a half brother, so really 3. Okay. 1, 3 siblings, broadcaster 3, don't worry, be happy 1. The show first has 4.8. You don't think I'm just for fun? No, I'm just kidding. I'll probably try Linux on my other computer. Do you like that Linux is an open source operating system? Yes, I would say add the one. Maybe can you do like loads of Caladrill? Calamine? Anyway, the lotion, the pink lotion that's against itching, and you rub it on your skin when you have itchings. Shingles is basically chicken pox. Ah. Yes, cargo ship, that's me. Is that what you were posted in the room earlier?
I did an ionic cleanse today. Do you want to do one?
Sure.
I'll set it by your bed. Where do you want to do it?
Yeah, by my bed. That would be great. I hope you feel better out the one. I'm so sorry that you have shingles.
I got a lot out.
Oh, good. You remind me, Misanthropy, of who was that guy that David says they killed, and other people say he committed suicide, and he was being sued because he was trying to get them to. He was like stealing the journals that were. Anyway, really cool. I kind of liked him. David will know the name, maybe. See, I told you my memory's not always good. It's not everybody. Yes, Aaron Schwartz. Thank you, Misanthropy. Well, David would say people aren't really dead, but Aaron Schwartz is dead. The soldiers led them away. They seized upon Simon, put the cross on him, made him carry it behind Jesus. A large number of people followed him, including women who mourned and wailed for him. Jesus turned and said to them, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, weep for yourselves and your children. For the time will come when you will say, blessed are the childless women, the wombs that never bore, and the breasts that never nursed. And they will say to the mountains, fall on us, and to the hills cover us. For if the people do these things when the tree is green, what will happen when it is dry?" That is very strange. I remember the Father forgive them, for they know not what they do, but I never remember that part about blessed are the childless women and the wombs that never bore and the breasts that never nursed. Huh. Oh, did I watch the documentary on life? No. Yeah, you do remind me of Schwartz. 3 different medicines for shingles. Oh my God. Yeah, it sounds more like Tiddly D's describing like a heat rash, maybe even like almost like a yeast infection. Well, it's not a yeast infection, I know, but it's like something that causes that, like a heat rash. Anyway, which is different from shingles. Sarah, would you explain high heels to David? He's having a problem with how it changes a woman's height. Oh, are you talking about, what's her name? She grew quite a bit taller. I think you're right, Misanthropy. You might be right. Well, it's not a super spectacular celestial event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The next Friday, the 13th micromoon won't occur until October 25, 24. Wow. So I should go look outside at the micromoon, the full micromoon. I have worn heels, and I was almost as tall as David with those, yeah. Oh, look at her heels in it. 6-inch heels? Well, that does explain a lot. Yes, well, they try to not behave, but I'm like, that's not going to work for me. You might be upset, but you still got to do your work. No, I'm pretty nice about it, actually. I'm like, okay, let's get to work. Oh, nice. Okay, Mad Dog's backyard. Well, I don't need my heels on. They're talking about how David believes that, what was her name? Renee Zellweger has been replaced.
As I've mentioned in previous videos, the HDW5...
But they're saying that yeah, basically shingles, another name for shingles is chicken pox. It's adult chicken pox. Oh my goodness. We talked about that today, Misanthropy. Yes. Yeah. Oh, I actually talked with my students about that. About having device-free moments. And what rules can we make, would we want to make in our family to have device-free moments? It's actually in like Common Sense Media. It's one of the digital citizenship things. No, but I want a pair, Howie. I do have a couple of pairs of really nice leather pants. Anyway, we were talking about how, you know, you should turn off your devices and look at people in order to communicate. No, not that, Howie. No, 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 no. Well, I do recommend some Caladrill for you, though. Add the one. Caladrill, calamine lotion, it's the same thing. Yeah, people have said I look like Ozzy. It's weird. All right. Here's her 6-inch heels. My goodness, you're right. What is wrong with her? Did you get some massive feet? 6-inch heels? Who the heck does that? She does seem like her face has changed though too. Well, I do think it is about attention. And maybe maybe that's it. Maybe they don't get any attention and they're like, haha, I made somebody to give me attention. 8:34 tomorrow. Okay, thanks. Can you remind me again tomorrow when I come on the show? Yes, she had facial surgery. So they say Renee Zellweger was wearing 6-inch heels.
When?
Well, here's this one. Wait. Yeah. What the hell is wrong with people?
What do you mean?
6-inch heels.
Oh yeah, that was because she wants to be 6'3". She's normally 5'9". The new one is the older Renee Zellweger, the one that before they replaced her. She was 5'4". But this current one is eye to eye with. I've got a picture. I was shocked the other day. You want to see a drastic difference between her before and after?
What do you seek?
I'll show you.
And the heels.
Well, I've uncovered a picture of her boyfriend that she had.
Doyle, the other one.
Yeah, Doyle. And I'll show you this picture. It's pretty interesting. I will bring you to the picture of her when she first met him. They've known each other a long time. Here it is. It is...
She'd have to be wearing like 1-foot heels to be.
You can see right there she's actually really short compared to him. He must be 6'4" or so. But there's not one single picture of or one single note on the internet of his height. It's gone. I've looked everywhere. So he doesn't have a height anywhere on the internet. But this is when that's the old Renee. See how cute she was?
And she was probably in really flat sneakers and jeans.
Yeah, but she's only 5'4". But then you go up to this one, up here, taken recently, and
yeah, look at the face. She definitely had facial surgery.
Well, that's putting it nicely. I believe she's a replacement for Renee Zellweger. That's my firm belief. And you can, of course, think that she had plastic surgery. That's the going line that everyone's fed, but. I don't know. It's not Isaac Cappy. No, it's Doyle Bramhall the second. Doyle Bramhall. Anyway, there's no picture of his height anywhere on the internet, so they're hiding that. And she clearly is eye to eye there in that picture. Yeah, so there's something really weird. I think that if they just measured her height, she'd be around 5'10" or so. And that would prove that I'm clearly onto something. With a replacement theory.
Well, they would just change it in the Wikipedia. So.
No, they can't. It's already been out there, and even archive.org has her at 5'4", so it'd be hard to correct the height of somebody retrospectively. But hey, if you don't want to take a tape measure to Renee Zellweger, don't. Anyone, please, please offer her privacy. don't get near her and say, I want to measure you. Don't be a stalker.
It's probably good, isn't that when there was it Thailand or was it China where there's, the knifings?
Oh yeah, there was a knifing that happened in China. It's true. This is a story that just came in. Felicity Huffman gets 14 days in prison in the college admission scandal. A homeless mother who sent 6-year-old son to better school in the wrong town, jailed for 5 years.
What?
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? She sent her 6-year-old son to a better school even though she was homeless in the wrong town. She got a 5-year jail sentence.
What?
Yeah.
That does not make sense.
Well, it does when you see it. Felicity Huffman gets only 14 days for spending $15,000 to rig SAT scores for her daughters.
I think there's more to the story.
I don't know, man. I think she just tried to get her son into a better school and they got her for fraud. Now, I just say this is bad news for a lot of people who are trying to get justice. It's more like just us, the people with the money and the people that don't have the money. This amazing tiny house even has a built-in sauna. I want to see this.
Choosing to live in a tiny house.
This
is
guy
about
does some
so
great
much
stuff
more.
on tiny houses. We feature him on Freedom Friday.
It is Friday.
I know. And that's why they sent me, Misanthropy sends me this stuff on Friday, because freedom is living in a tiny house sometimes. Get out of debt and payments up the yin yang. So we'll play that tonight. And I'll also add it to my tiny house library right here. My tiny, tiny house library. William Macy. Yeah. Hey, you think I look like William Macy? Man, I saw a guy the other day at a casino that looked just like William Macy in that movie Shameless. I mean, he I swear, it was weird. And they were like catering to him special. Is that the way he travels normally, looking like a bum? Because there was a guy that looked just like William Macy at this casino I was at the other week. It was really weird. I swear it was him.
People were catering to him?
Oh yeah, they were like giving him special accommodations to come in, and
Then he probably was. Well, it probably was him.
I don't know it unless he's just
Maybe
a bag
he's doing
person.
a show there.
I don't
Maybe
know.
it's just a bag person.
He doesn't
that
do
they're
shows.
Doing special accommodations for.
Yeah, exactly. He did smell. It's pretty bad. So I mean, it could have been they just made room for him.
Everybody just cleared out
Yeah.
because they didn't want to be around him.
He reeked, man. He's like, oh God.
I know, Tiddly. I agree with you.
You saw a guy at a men's restroom that looked just like me? That's weird. Don't approach people that look just like me in men's restrooms, Howie. That's your first mistake right there. He is a great actor. I don't care if he is an alcoholic, well, in the show, Shameless. But he is a great actor. I don't know if he's really an alcoholic in real life, but man, he can pull it off. It's almost like he is playing himself, though, now.
Well,
You
he
know?
is a good actor. I mean, remember he had like Fargo and.
Remember when we used to say that Kevin Spacey was a good actor?
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, you never know about these actors. Thank you, Sarah. Have a great Friday evening. Enjoy your evening and have a drumstick out of the freezer.
Already had.
Oh, you'd have one? No, the one's enough, really. She likes those drumsticks. She's probably on to her second already. Okay, well, you had your sugar and your dessert, so that's good. I go to casinos because I like to see people happy. And every time I go there, I see them sad, looking at the losses. It's like everyone tries to hide that they're losing money at the casino. They're like, but secretly they're frightened. They're going into debt. But I like to see people the feeling that, a festive feeling. I used to think maybe we shouldn't allow people to, spend $20 a hit on a bet. And we should put limits on the bet. I think at this point, if somebody's that out of it, they're going to spend $20 on a casino, on a slot machine that clearly is not helping them. They're not going to get good odds. It's kind of sad, but it's a way. It's kind of like a way of weeding people out of the economy who are kind of draining the system. Well, I mean, a lot of those people collecting rent money are probably going over to the casinos as landlords and blowing it on those slot machines. Every single month I see these group of fat women that are hitting the $20 bet button. And they're just like loaded with jewelry, and it's like, so you inherited an entire apartment building. Nice. Please stop asking ridiculous questions. Yeah. I don't. We have 2 access points on the island. One is via magic carpet, and the other is teleprojection. So I can get in and off this island anytime I want through teleprojection or magic carpet ride. No, we have a bridge, a beautiful bridge called Deception Pass that is world-renowned. And it is one of the most remarkable views in the world here in this beautiful Washington state that we live in. It's an extraordinary bridge built in 1936 that has the construction value could never be duplicated today. It's really well built. And they're building some new structures on top of it for flags and things. It's kind of have a facelift this year, and they're going to spray paint it. I think they're doing the whole bridge, they're painting it. But a great place to look at and go visit. 2 million people a year go to the bridge just to look at it for free. Just drive in and you have to park. I guess you have to have a $10 parking fee if you park in the public area they have. But most people just park along the road for free. It's pretty high up. We also have a ferry. Oh my gosh, we have a ferry. We have a ferry on the south end of the island that takes people over to the mainland. So by way of ferry, it's approximately about 45 miles to Seattle. So it's not too far if you go by ferry. Yeah, they go there to look at the bridge because the bridge has a view of the San Juan Islands, the Puget Sound in one direction, and the other direction is Mount Baker and the beautiful Three Sisters mountain range. Some of the largest mountains in the entire world. Well, at least on the West Coast. Yeah, you know, if you try to swim, you'll get hypothermia. That's not good. If car breaks down on the bridge, they very rarely do. Amazingly enough. Yeah, very rarely does that ever happen. Surprisingly, I've never seen it happen in my entire time. I've been up here for 25 years, roughly. Yeah, I remember rolling in here in October of 1993. I rolled into this community. And man, I had to move everything. My family was moving from Los Angeles. I brought vehicles and I did the whole move myself. My parents were ailing. They were getting on in years. And I just brought the vehicles up and migrated from California back when California property was still pretty affordable. So we didn't make a killing on the property. Now people sell down there for $1 million and they have more than enough to buy anything up here. But a lot of people are still kind of addicted to the California lifestyle, and I don't blame them. I mean, I miss it. I miss the beaches of California. I've been looking at property down there, actually. I've been thinking about moving back to California someday, making an investment and, you know, buying a parcel overlooking the ocean. Yeah. Good luck finding one for less than $2-3 million in Santa Barbara. Anything in Malibu, even with a peekaboo view of the water, is $7 to $10 million just to be in Malibu. Is there a pedestrian pathway? Suicide jumpers can happen? Yeah, we have a suicide once a year on that bridge. 90%. Why would the U.S. Navy try to take over they already have taken over the island. The U.S. Navy has corrupted the island space, blocked our airspace with jets. We put up with a lot, but we also are defending our country against Russian threats. And believe it or not, there really is a Russian threat. I hate to say it. It's happening all around us. I have a centrist view on this. I don't really hate the jets for existing here and testing out and doing all the work they need to do. I don't love them either because they are very dangerous to the human population. So, but everything comes at a price, right? We can't have freedom without some national security and defense. I'm surprised we don't have more civil defense capabilities in America. That's something I would beef up, especially for cities, because lots of people are kind of stranded. Cities would be a perfect spot to build underground civil defense communities that would be guaranteed to defend against any major attack. Now, I don't normally want to talk about attacks, but since Russia has been ramping up their rhetoric, talking about dangerous missiles that they possess, I don't even want to go to the newest one that they just said they had. It's just getting ridiculous. Putin is speaking at one side of his mouth that he's got these great big weapons that can take out America, no problem. And then out of the other side is, we would like to be very nice and not have, we'd like to minimize nuclear aggression with America, but America is making it too difficult for us to do this. Blaming Trump, who they're good friends. I mean, Trump practically is his baby, you know, on his arm. They're like bosom buddies or brothers, you know. Putin looks at Trump like he's under his wing and giving him good, solid advice on what to do in America and how to handle all of the American operations worldwide. So Trump has a lot of help from Putin. That's pretty nice that you Republicans picked Putin as his mentor. Brain dead. They are brain dead. Yeah, all the Republicans just are completely lost in thinking that Trump is somehow not working with Russia. I mean, hey, we had a really good 9/11 tribute. We brought up the video, the gelatin bee thing, which showed all the detonation capsules that were put in the Trade Center during the 9/11, prior to the 9/11 attack. Remember that? The gelatin bee thing. Really good video. Yeah, those columns were actually see-through. Isn't that interesting? They were built in 3 sections so that they would fall down sideways, not straight down. And the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth have actually proven that these buildings, especially Building 7, was not taken down by structural fire, but rather, yeah. Why did the walls of the offices occupying those floors not block the sunlight? Were they transparent? Were they empty? These are big questions. Yeah, the horrific pictures of people falling, but there's a little piece of evidence in here that's very disturbing. Let's see if I can grab it. There it is. That is the boxes in the wall all have the nomenclature on them that depict detonators. There's boxes and boxes of blasting caps. That's what the Gelatin Bee project was all about a couple weeks before the 9/11 attack. So many people believe this was sponsored by an Israeli film group, or a French film group, one or the other. French posing as Israeli, or Israelis posing as French. But they were doing some weird art project there, and it turns out a lot of these boxes match the nomenclature for blasting caps. So none of that was investigated either. So yeah, we had a great 9/11 show. I thought it was good. But Sarah is the, did she get to see her GIF? No, I don't think she did. We play that during our shows now. We got a Miley Cyrus video now with Slide Away. Okay, good. I'm glad that finally came out. Good. Thanks for finding it, Misanthropy. We're tracking all Illuminati sex puppets and what they're doing. That's part of our learning experience after hours on Friday night. Yeah, we have to play all the top Illuminati songs just to make people aware of what they're doing. Brainwashing us. Yeah. Hey, Howie, could you just leave and go find another room to stock? That'd be great. We don't need to storm anywhere. Stormy Daniels is storming all she can. You know, she's making headway. Michael Cohen is testifying. The DA in New York is now getting Michael Cohen to talk more about Stormy Daniels. Donald Trump has not admitted to having relations with Stormy Daniels. His attorney, Rudy Giuliani, has admitted that a $130,000 payoff was made by Trump to Michael Cohen. We know that. Actually, the payoff was more like $450,000, according to Michael Cohen's testimony in the previous months. So we'll find out more about that and see if it's definitely a it was definitely something that'll turn into anything regarding Trump. He doesn't even have to admit to his wife that he cheated on her. Apparently the American people don't even care. They just like the fact that he mispronounced his own vice president's name.
And so many, just a whole group of and Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole Joni Ernst and a meeting. And I sat around and Chuck Grassley was there and Joni Ernst and John Thune and Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole group of great people. And Mike Pounds and so many, just a whole group of great people.
Mike Pounds. His name is not Mike Pounds, although he has gained a lot of weight. Mike Pence profiles or full body pics are not easy to find anywhere. There have been numerous people trying to find it. Yeah, they have him looking like this in some sort of a cutout. That's Mike Pence's ideal body weight. Yeah, but that's not how he really looks. Mike Pounds is a different looking guy. There's not a lot of full body pictures of him. This is as close as we can get, you know. He handles that checkered shirt pretty well. There you go. Mike, what year was this? No, that's not it. That was 7 years ago. It's hard to measure him up against the president because he is obviously, you know, slightly portly as well. Trump is. So. But yeah, Mike is gaining some pounds. I agree. Donald, if you're listening, don't ask the Secretary of Commerce to order me to say anything other than Mike Pounds from now on. And Alabama is where the hurricane's going. I agree 100%. The hurricane's going to Alabama and Mike Pounds is definitely... I'm sorry. I forgot. Are you the nurse at the Alzheimer's clinic? I forget. Jeez. When is somebody going to step in and help him? Oh, wait a second. We have help. We have Vladimir Putin. He helps Mr. Trump on his secret cell phone. Anytime Mr. Trump wants to communicate with Vladimir, all he has to do is make phone call on cell phone direct line to Vladimir. It is security safeguards to prevent Mossad from listening in, according to a recent report that stingrays were used near the DC Capitol to listen in to my conversations with Mr. President. Did you see that tweet of a video they made about the hurricane going to Alabama? Yeah, I saw it. The Republicans tried to frame it like, yeah, see, it was going to Alabama because some moron on CNN said it was. That was ridiculous. Sorry. Was that your video? I'm sorry. You're the moron. Yeah, some moron on CNN was actually saying that, yes, it's going to Alabama. And then the Republicans used that as justification for his thinking it's going to Alabama. That was pretty funny. Okay. A black rapper in Sweden calls for enslaving and shooting white people. Wow. If any white guy or white girl's trying to talk shit about you, he says shoot them. I just find that very offensive, and I think the Swedish government should do something about it. Maybe give him a little beating with a wet noodle. The Swedes are so afraid to say anything about the immigrants that are living there. Yo, Swedish rapper calling for white people to die. Wow. This Nigerian-born rap artist, Jesse Ikini Nweke Konabo, called for his fans to shoot the white people while urging take them as slaves and treat them even worse. I don't know what to say. I mean, this guy is inflammatory, and I think the Swedish government needs to step in. I'm not going to play this video, but I'll play it later. That is really wild, isn't it? In the Sweden, we don't know what to do with the rappers who make a statement like that about the white Caucasian people because we're so socialist that we're afraid to make a statement that would be politically incorrect. Ja, det var ja. Vi då också ha kaffe. Have you ever seen Swedish people? They're like in another dimension. They're like, tweet, 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 tweet. You don't get the rationalizing of Trump being with Putin. Triangle Cat, you don't realize that Donald Trump is in Putin's back pocket? When he does whatever Putin wants to get into the G8. Oh, well, we should make a G8 for Vladimir Putin. There's no reason not to. Putin wants to betray our assets, NATO allies. Oh, I don't like NATO. They're very bad. We're going to punish them. Yeah. I think he's working for Putin, it's safe to say. And remember, there weren't hardly any sanctions on Russia ever since Donald Trump Jr. met the attorney to end sanctions with Russia prior to the election, which, by the way, is illegal. So don't think for a second, just because Nancy Pelosi said there's not going to be an impeachment, doesn't mean the American people don't want an impeachment against a buffoon of a president who's clearly sucking off somebody else's dick. I don't know who. Could even be somebody even bigger than Vladimir Putin. I don't mean in girth and size. I mean financially bigger. The warlords, the Zionist warlords, run Putin because he's very addicted to money, just like Trump. I didn't say anything but dick. It is a commonly used term describing Richard. In a colloquial term, it's perfectly fine. New York finds $1 billion in hidden transfers by family behind OxyContin. This story is getting weirder and weirder as it goes. These people love making drugs and making money. Drugs and money, drugs and money. It's kind of like love and marriage. Da, 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 da. New York finds $1 billion in hidden transfers by this family. The maker of Purdue Pharma used Swiss and other hidden accounts to transfer $1 billion to themselves. A New York Attorney General contends the court papers are being filed right now. Oh, yes, they're asking a judge to enforce subpoenas of the companies, banks, and advisors to Purdue Pharmaceuticals. Scores of these transactions sent millions of dollars to Mortimer Sackler, a former member of Purdue's board. Boy, Mortimer must have been a real happy guy there. Mortimer Schnurd. Yeah, Mortimer must have been smiling all day, every day. His account was doubling up in millions of dollars. Al Bundy's 80 years old. Are you kidding me, really? Isn't it amazing? It's hard to find a current picture of him. I don't believe he's 80. Really? He looks pretty good for his age. If he's 80, I mean, William Shatner looks good for being, what, 90, what is he, 99 now? Or William Shatner. There he is. He looks pretty good, yeah. Why not? You go, dude. Love and marriage. He's doing another show now? Excellent. He really is 80? Are you sure? Trump's Supreme Court picks kind of contradict Russian collusion? Oh, no, not at all. Trump's Supreme Court picks actually typify the problem. It turns out Brett Kavanaugh was the guy involved in authorizing payments from super PACs run by foreign governments. In 2011, Brett Kavanaugh signed that into law. So Brett Kavanaugh actually enabled people like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham to get money from Russia the past few years. Lindsey Graham got $800,000 from a Russian oligarch to get reelected over the past 3 years. His net worth went from $500,000 to $3 million in 5 years' time. Lindsey Graham. Same with Mitch McConnell. Yeah, so don't think for a second that Trump's picks for Supreme Court didn't lean toward Russia. Yeah, I beg to differ with you. Aren't you getting ready for Christmas? You've been to Walmart lately? You've seen the Christmas trees already up? Yeah. Yeah, check this out right here. Wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh? In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. And Mr. Gorsuch is no big champion of democracy. He actually headed a group at college called, something fascism. I forget the name of it. Fascism forever. Yeah, Neil Gorsuch totally got behind a fascist plan, which is exactly what Putin would, of course, want. You know, somebody like that. Fascism Forever Club. Look at that. Unbelievable. He sucks. Al took a pic of the aliens. $1 million prize. Photo developing company lost his prize. Your favorite episode was the aliens came to steal Al Bundy's socks. Good for you. Having remembrance back then, it shows your mind is active considering how old you are. That's nice. The Ed O'Neill story with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I don't think that's irrelevant to the show, but I know Married with Children was a big hit tonight. Yeah, well, check it out if you could, Triangle Cat. In the context of the decision, has opened up lots of foreign investments, not just to the Republicans, to the Democrats too. In the recent Mueller testimony, we found out that he couldn't talk about a certain Russian oligarch who's made large payments to Democrats. He said it was not part of his purview, and he refused to discuss it. So there's some secrets too in the government that they're not allowing in. A lot of Russian payoffs in the Congress over the years since 2011. In 8 years' time, a lot of these people are literally funding their election and re-election from Russian money diverted. You notice there's no mention of the NRA funding, the $30 million they gave Donald Trump during the election. Isn't it kind of interesting? Because the NRA is now very close to declaring bankruptcy. That's what I hear. And the Maria Butina scandal never amounted to an apology by the NRA, even though they did have contact with Russians that gave money to them. Very suspicious that nobody's turning that rock over either. Maria Butina has been put away for 18 months.
All right, so a real quick video today. I feel like I made a video on this last year. I think it was deleted. I don't know. I'll look for it, see if I can find it.
So we've got the Melania Trump coat conspiracy. You know, she was wearing a coat that had on it a picture of this trade center with a plane going through it. So this guy's going to elaborate on it. Thank you for that, Scissor Fight.
So many, just a whole group of great people.
A lot of you are upset that the president has now decided to put a ban on e-cigarettes. And a lot of you MAGA people and Republicans need to know that I'll never do that. I will never pull a commie move like Trump is trying to pull, put a ban on e-cigarettes when there's countless people dying of cigarette smoke. We're not banning cigarettes. So what he's trying to do is showing his true hand. He's simply a representative of the tobacco companies. I wouldn't doubt they made a healthy donation. Yeah, I don't think it's to protect children at all. I think it's affecting the entire tobacco industry profits from this ban. Beto is really out to lunch. He really is. Cheerleader accused of murdering newborn child by authorities receives probation. Thank you for allowing me to that good point. I appreciate that because that was my point. It was a good point too. Yeah, we got another video, a 20-minute video from Stranger Than Fiction, Ron Johnson. He's going to talk about this woman who is completely accused and now gets off with probation after killing her child.
Teenage cheerleader accused of murdering her newborn child by authorities was acquitted by a jury yesterday and handed probation today.
So he's going to go off on that. I really like Ron Johnson's approach toward journalism, but I don't like is the fact that he still supports Trump. And many of you people who must realize by now that Trump's going to flip on your right to bear arms too. He's already pretty much in bed with Lindsey Graham's red flag laws. And Trump's ready. Get this. This is what really shocked me. I had this picture lined up recently. Oh yeah, it's I'm going to do social credit. Trump is actually looking at using the social credit system to impose on people wanting to buy a gun. I'm not making this up. This is a W&D article. I'll show a little of it to you right now and give you the link. But this is beyond belief. Trump is going to impose the social credit score to own a gun, ? He's talking to these people about doing this, addressing the mental health issues. So in order to buy a gun in America, you'll have to have a high social credit score. You see where this is headed? Yeah, Trump is not protecting your right to bear arms. I assure you, he is willing to throw you people under the bus. Check this out. Yeah. I'm not going to hide my intention. I'm trying to convince you people not to vote for Trump in the 2020 election, but I don't want you to vote for Biden either until we get some third-party choice. There's no point in even voting unless, of course, you want to just cave into the entire establishment. Yeah, there it is. Social credit score, Trump. Pretty wide open story about that. He'll take any idea and run with it. Like, he doesn't have a soul. He doesn't believe in anything. He'll do whatever the wind tells him to do, or his moneyed backers, or Putin. Oh, man. Hey, Cabin Talk is out again with another comment. She's kind of fun talking from her cabin. I really like the raw simplicity of her words, too.
Hi guys, it's Claudia with Cabin Talk, and I wanted to come on because this has been irking me the wrong way for a long time. And it is our healthcare system, our sick care system. And
yeah, tell me about it. We are screwing the American people over. You could lose your house now in America if you get sick. Easily. So I put that there as well in our show. Okay, good. Thank you for that link. Excellent, Scissor Fight. You really come through every night, man. Never fails. Or if you do want to take a night off, you can. It's no big deal. So don't feel like you have to be here, and I don't want to, alter your social life either. But thank you so much for making these links possible. Yep. Now Misanthropy's asking Slow Modes to corroborate if he was talking to her about this. Slow Modes, do you remember Misanthropy talking about Trump using social credit to get a gun? So he did say that? Misanthropy did talk to you about that in chat? Okay, Misanthropy is confirmed. Slow Modes did see it in chat. I must have missed it. I don't see all the chat, especially sometimes after the show's going on. Well, Misanthropy, I wouldn't doubt somebody from his team is watching the chat. Don't count that out. Donald Trump and their people have been watching this chat very closely. They use it as kind of a pulse of the country, and they pull ideas out of it. You're not going to get paid. It's actually something you don't support. Remember, you don't like social credit? I have to remind you of that? Now he wants to profit from it. It's like when Misanthropy found out that people were making hundreds of millions of dollars through Mark was making tons of money censoring me. He said, how can I make money too? He actually wanted to know why Mark didn't turn to him to dox our show. It's like, dude, what is your trip? You want to profit from every idea you have? Especially when it hurts the rights of people to bear arms? Well, Triangle Cat made a good point. Trump knows, or his campaign advisors already tell him that he has, in order to win, he has to maintain a total pro-gun platform, or he definitely won't win the re-election. I totally agree, Triangle Cat. That's why I'm concerned. His advisors aren't the best in the world. Remember, he's got a musical chair advisory group. I mean, Bannon probably was one of his best advisors, and look what he did to him. Some of the best guys, like Scaramucci, get knocked out because they talk back to Trump. Believe me, Trump could just talk himself out of gun rights completely. He was a Democrat at one point. You know that. Well, that's either way. I mean, if his advisors are giving him the good, solid advice, yeah, don't sway from the pro-Trump or the pro-gun right position. I agree. You see, I left the Democratic Party because they keep pushing gun control, and everyone knows that every single Holocaust in history has been preceded by gun control. Hitler did it, right? Mussolini did it. Gun control. They always invoke gun control and get rid of people's weapons. Pol Pot did it. Stalin definitely did it. He had gun control in this was the Soviet Union. This week is full of distractions to cover up the Israeli spying at the White House story. I didn't think it was that big of a story. The fact that somebody found an Israeli Stingray unit operating within the White House area that's like minor details. I was in D.C. about a month and a half ago. And I can tell you, there are a lot of weird vehicles going around that area that could easily have Stingray units rolling around in circles. I mean, you can put a lot of things in the back of an Escalade or a Suburban. And these are all dark windowed tinted Suburbans driving around there. Anything could be going on. I don't think for 1 second that Israel is the only country spying or offering up Stingray units to grab signals from the president's cell phone. It's our NSA's fault for not insisting that the president not have a cell phone. That alone is a massive violation of our national security. I'm even surprised I'm even talking about that. It's shocking to me that Trump would even have a cell phone in the White House, let alone Stingrays rolling around. I don't think that's a big story. The NSA took a hands-off approach because they know that they're being told by their Zionist oligarchs that are running their operation to back off, to give Trump room. They want a new world order. They don't care how they do it. They want to erase our national boundaries. Trump's the perfect puppet to control this country with, from their perspective. And Madison Star Moon has a video called Roundup Terrorists. Okay. Here's another one from Scissor Fight.
Tell me who he was working for, who gave him...
Oh, some guys dropping Roundup in the area. You know, this is the same thing that happened in my community. A guy actually came in my community. I saw him across the street with a backpack Roundup on his back, and I could not understand why our community would allow that. And I called and asked if there was something. So this guy was just like this, and he was walking right in front of my, right across the street from my house. And I called up, and there was nobody nobody from the county was being ordered to do this. And we finally decided that somebody had some extra Roundup in the back of his yard, and he decided to just do a good deed for the neighborhood and go around and hit all the plants along the walkway. Can you imagine? I'm going to put that in environment as well. It's like, he's just being a good Samaritan, poisoning the earth. Yeah, she's awesome. I love Madison Star Moon. Not in that way, love, you know. My opinion about Trump is that he's turning his back on the MAGA people who like to smoke e-cigarettes. And he's acting like a damn communist. Like he's working for Russia. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people who use these e-cigarettes to get off of cigarette smoking are benefiting. And the number of cases, 3 deaths from e-cigarettes? Cigarettes cause hundreds of thousands of deaths a year. We're not banning cigarettes. Why are we banning e-cigarettes because of 3 deaths? No, I was very concerned. He was across the street, and I called my local community. I said, are you guys putting a Roundup guy out? And they said, no, there's nobody sanctioned by us. So I called the local county, and they said, no. Nobody's doing Roundup spraying. And then later, after I mentioned that to them, They brought a truck around and they started spraying our area with a truck, which I can't control. Oh yeah. Getting rid of noxious weed abatement. They don't bother to ask people if they want to be sprayed. They just spray. That's how they operate here. And in an area that is supposedly environmentally conscious with Democrats running the area, Democrats don't give a crap about herbicides and pesticides and GMO products unless they are really on the far left. And I'd love for far left people to join this party too, because frankly, we don't need to talk about gun control. We need to talk about pesticides, herbicides, genetically modified food in our diet, bad water, fluoridation. These are the issues that should be set front row center in these debates, but you never hear them in any of the debates. Never do. You guys doing a show Saturday night? No, we do a Saturday night show. I'll be back tomorrow night. The regular schedule is on. I just tightened it up. I brought it back from 2 a.m. to 1 a.m. And that's all I did. Sarah wanted me to drop my Saturdays to have more time, but I really enjoy my Saturday show now. We started in 2010, and we've been doing it ever since. So most of the time have been Saturdays. We broadcast 6 days a week, 8 hours a day on average. It used to be 9 hours a day, but now it's 8. It's a solid period of time for communicating with the American people and the world, too. Whoever can catch our show. Okay, I'm going to do a little round robin of things here. Trump called out for my favorite dictator when referring to the Egyptian leader Sisi. Yeah, he was actually overheard by a bunch of people saying, "Oh, where's my favorite dictator?" while waiting for this guy.
President Trump, while awaiting a meeting with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi during a Group of Seven summit, called for, quote, "my favorite dictator," according to a Wall Street Journal report Friday. Quote, "Where's my favorite dictator?" Trump said as he waited in a hotel in France where the two were reportedly set to meet last month. A group of at least 10 U.S. and 3 Egyptian officials was reportedly awaiting Sisi's arrival. Several American and Egyptian officials who were in the same room as Trump overheard his remark, according to the Journal. It isn't clear if Sisi was there or if he heard the comment. Many said that they thought Trump was making a joke, but the comment reportedly prompted silence from the group.
Yeah, everyone was shocked. "Oh, where's my favorite dictator?" He's just completely out there with his mouth. And by the way, General Sisi, now President Sisi of Egypt, has killed 1,000 people. Way more than Morsi, and certainly way more than Mubarak, who was acquitted of all charges. So, yeah, he really is a dictator, and Trump likes him. Now Trump is making sweeping changes to the disability laws. Yeah, this is from Add the One tonight. Trump administration to deport sick children, people with disabilities. Anybody from another country that's in there, like with a heart transplant or kidney transplant, you got to go home. Bye. Oh, this is going to be fun. A video tonight on Epstein Island video games showing Epstein here. This is an actual photograph of Jeffrey Epstein taken at the island after he was allegedly dead. There's a picture of him here in the corner. I'm doing another video I'm going to be releasing on 153 News about this, but other people are noticing this all over the internet, and now they made a video game out of it. It's like he gets off scot-free because he's an intelligence officer. So we'll play that video tonight in our show. Isn't that amazing? What's really weird is that Jeffrey Epstein somehow has been able to block out all access to this building that the drone was showing us last week. Had pictures of plasticized beds with plastic wrapped around it and yellow urine stains all over it, as well as some blood marks that we're seeing in one drone footage. Now you can't see the plasticized beds in there. Yeah, I wonder how Jeffrey got a hold of, managed to come back to the grave and board up that building. And we broke a story about Obama reaching out to Iran and trying to give them secret information on how to stop our U.S. foreign policy. The U.S. foreign policy, he's willing to violate the Logan Act, Barack Obama is, and Trump's not charging him with any charges at all. Trump hasn't gone after anybody. It's kind of amazing. Nobody's been prosecuted for violating the Logan Act in this country. And a ray of good hope for people with dental problems. This was from last week. I thought it was pretty important. They're going to make teeth repairing themselves in the future. They're looking at a brand new formula that might actually help create enamel on your teeth. I know that I have some enamel loss. That's why I wear press-on veneers. I normally have yellow teeth in here, so this is kind of a ray of sunshine for people who want to develop their enamel on their teeth. Thank you. Here's the link if you want to check it out. Trump's on drugs. What kind of drugs is he on? I don't think Trump takes any drugs. Do you know of? I know he had a sniffling issue at one point, but he said he had a cold. David, look, I'm giving you something new. Oh, thank you. Well, Biden, I don't know, will attack what? Biden, he gets tough, but it's not that tough. Biden doesn't have what it takes to take Trump down verbally. It's just going to be a shouting match. He doesn't have the invective needed to disable Trump right there, standing there babbling. But whatever. Does new drone footage reveal underground lair on Jeffrey Epstein's pedo island? Ooh, that's even better. Thanks, Misanthropy. This time is filming just the right time of the day, so the sun hit the back wall of the shed. Wow, exposing locking double doors leading into the hillside with what appears to be light coming from underneath. Whoa. Cool. We'll be bringing you more drone footage tonight. That'll be good. Yeah, I'll put some music to it. Okay, we got more stuff and a great link from Misanthropy. Thank you for that. Zero Hedge has a lot of good stuff. Yeah, this story was just shocking. Obama officials are advising Iran on how to defeat the U.S. foreign policy.
By pulling Hezbollah fighters out of Syria and Russia rejecting Iran's offer to purchase a major air defense system from Moscow. The U.S. has also labeled the Iranian Revolutionary National Guard a terrorist force and sent military equipment to the Middle East with escalating tensions against the Islamic Republic. Back-channel communications with Iranian officials on how to defeat U.S. foreign policy under the Trump administration.
Yeah, so Iranian policy, basically Obama's giving information to Iran on how to defeat U.S. foreign policy. This is an egregious act of violation of the Logan Act. If he's really doing this, Obama needs to be charged with the crime right now. He does. And if Trump doesn't charge him with the crime, then he's definitely deep state. Because remember, the same people that put Trump in office, Russian oligarchs, are connected to the American Zionist AIPAC group, which funds both Biden and Trump. They've got it both covered. Both parties are completely in the pocket of these Zionist elitists, and Russia is running Zionist moves through their oligarchs. Believe me, behind the scrim of Biden and Trump is the Zionist control of our country. And it's been going on for some time. And let's not forget, Hitler was a Zionist. Yeah. They're screwing things up. Their big plan for a new world order is not going to go well as they continue to try to rig our economy and rig our political system to go their way. So tonight we've got two songs by Eddie Money, who just passed away at the age of 70 of throat cancer, esophageal cancer. So poor guy. He was out there in the circuits, the casinos, doing his thing up until he died. So he almost lived up until he found out he had stage 4 cancer, and then he died. So Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. Actually, I understand Jesse Pinkman's going to make a comeback movie called El Camino. It's coming out pretty soon. There's going to be a follow-up to Breaking Bad. It's going to be a full 2-hour motion picture in the theaters. Should be good. I don't know if that's the best way to go. I thought that they should have extended Breaking Bad another, 50 or 60 seasons. That was such a great show. I just couldn't believe it was ending, Ticken, they say he said he does meth, and now he says he doesn't do meth? Okay. Esophageal, that's correct. Ticken has always made, so Ticken has been replaced by somebody else? Wow, that's kind of weird. Misanthropy may be onto something. You do appear to be different tonight, Ticken. Is it your account hijacked? Of course, you would say it wasn't if you were impersonating Ticken. No, McDundy, the AI insect took off in the rain last night. Yeah, kind of nice to have a rare endangered species spend 5 days on my front window, though. That was nice. I videotaped it. Yeah, exactly. Ticking time bags, you don't sound at all like the old ticking time bags. Are you straight, ticking time bags? Are you a heterosexual? Final Dream feels the same way. So are you a hetero, ticking time bags? Just waiting to think about it? Well, if you have to wait too long to think about it, there's something wrong. I'm beginning to think Misanthropy may be right. Yeah, he's taking too much time to respond. Oh, of course I'm not. Okay. You're not a heterosexual? I am a heterosexual. Okay. Well, I guess you're still ticking time bags then. Maybe he's just got exposed to too much hurricane and scrambled his brain a little bit. You seem cured of your depression. That's what's kind of strange to most people. We've been kind of used to your depression and how unhappy you are. Are you on drugs? Is that why you're so up? Oh, the sun. Yeah, that'll do it. You got a rush of vitamin D. I know. He's suffering from a vitamin D rush. It went to his head. And last but not least, Joe Biden's dentures fell out during the debates. I'm going to try to see if I can spot this.
At the time there was a groundswell in this country to get something done, President Obama asked you to lead the push for gun control. You have often pointed to your ability to reach across the aisle to get things done. But 4 months after Sandy Hook, a measure to require expanded background checks died on the Senate floor. If you couldn't get it done after Sandy Hook, why should voters give you another chance?
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up.
Okay, there he is. Did he eat his denture there? Let me see.
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA. Only one ever.
Okay. He beat the NRA? What did he beat him with, a wet noodle?
Who's ever beat the NRA? One up here's ever before got done before. I'm the
Okay, I feel for the guy. I don't want to touch his wife or grope his children. Yeah, I just feel for him, But I'm not so sure he wouldn't touch Sarah indecently or grope some kids next to me, so I'm a little bit weirded out by the guy. Well, I wanted to ask Ashley about the film, His daughter, he made a film with his daughter, he said, to this 13-year-old who he candidly told that he was really horny standing next to her. Yeah, and I have that on film with the audio enhanced, so we'll get to that later. Well, a lot of people who stood next to Biden wanted to punch him because he groped their wives. Yeah, a lot of people in the FBI under Obama's period didn't even want to take their wives to social functions because the good old, Feely Joe would be grabbing their ass. Ooh, baby. Ooh, yeah. That's what they said. I don't know. Just allegations. Are you still talking about Hillary? I thought didn't you all realize that Hillary was protected like Epstein? That they're all deep state intelligence officers? Yeah, you didn't get that by now? That's why Trump is protecting all of them, and he's not going to prosecute any of them because Trump is owned by the deep state. You thought you'd get an alternative guy when Trump came on board, but what you got was a guy who stole all of my ideas over the past 6 years. You sounded original because he literally was stealing my ideas. Now that you've got the original guy who came up with great ideas, now you can think about a new direction for America, and building a third party is the only way we're going to get accountability from these people. So I'm going to sign off. Been a wonderful evening. I'll be back tomorrow for our Sustainable Saturday. But in the meantime, yeah, hang out. We can watch videos till 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. I'll be running all these great shows into the evening. I'll be in chat, so I'll be sharing and experiencing the videos with you. But you guys have a good one. Have a good weekend. Try to enjoy the time off from your job, some of you who are working. All right. Take care. Later. You're listening to virtual interactive chat like you've never heard before. We are discussing issues from both sides of the political spectrum every night. Join us as we take on the two-party system.